And started streaming. We are live.
All right, everyone. Welcome to session 18 of Rising from the Last War.
This session is barely legal.
Not barely.
So, for a recap, after a brief period doing work to serve the Crown's interest in Ondair, Rynny and the Jets decided to tag along with Gunther, their fighter of few words, on his return to Sharn for an upcoming pit fight. They booked travel aboard the Cloudbreaker, a grand elemental galleon airship piloted by the enigmatic Captain Baz. They set sail, but not before being tasked by Magistrate Ava Earostin with the delivery of a letter. This letter was addressed to a singular individual, Jurian, and was sealed with a wax stamp bearing the royal silver dragon hawk that represents the crown itself. The magistrate told the party that this letter was to be delivered to the estate of Lord Rukin Irklarn in Rote. They boarded their airship and set sail, but during their travels, they ran aground on an errant floating island, hidden behind the veil of stormy weather. As they investigated the damage on the ship, this piece of land was discovered to be a remnant of the city of Metrol, a city familiar to Gunther, which was annihilated, or so everyone thought, during the morning 4 years ago. As their investigations led them away from the ship and farther onto this floating island, it suddenly plane shifted somewhere else, taking the party with it. Finding themselves stranded and with no other option, they proceeded further into this decaying ruin of a thought-lost city. Finding clues, solving some puzzles, and even facing off against some undead and other unsightly creatures. See what they did there? Unsightly.
I got it.
Heyo.
I get it. I took mine.
Everyone take a D4 of psychic damage.
From the DM.
All of a sudden, God just obliterated everyone.
Sorry.
You should be.
Facing off against undead and unsightly creatures, they delved deeper, all the while being jumped from plane to plane. Deep in the bowels of this piece of the city, the party found two mind flayers experimenting on another creature and an artifact. During the ensuing fray of combat, Ryn made contact with the artifact, releasing an incredibly intense pulse of energy, and seemingly immediately grounding them in the prime material plane. Ryn's mind was flooded with images and sensations, complete sensory overload, except for a single phrase that stuck out. When the flame, touched by darkness, dims to a flicker, the bloodied will ascend to power. After a rough fight, some reckless endangerment of one's own self,
Excuse me.
Staying
I disagree.
and a few very skillfully placed strikes,
Wizard and Warlock.
the chaos came to an end. The party was met with the creature being held hostage, an individual who referred to themselves as Sitari. This individual spoke erratically, mentioning things about the prophecy and the chamber and Arganesson, whatever those things are. Just as this Sitari was beginning to make sense, a group of new arrivals apparated out of thin air. An elderly woman flanked by two large undead guards, both clad in pitch black plate armor, made their entrance. Not identifying themselves, but the elderly lady began to espouse on the trivialities of mortal life, how inconsequential your actions in your lives were, and how the new beginning they aim to bring is inevitable. They greatly desired the artifact you all had found. Nothing would stand in their way, it seemed. Sensing danger, Sitari managed to teleport you all to safety and out of harm's way. You all landed in Bale's detective agency in the city of Rote, finding the city wreathed in dark clouds and a sorrow that hung in the air. The city wrapped in grief for a funeral of a well-respected noble, Lord Cassius of Darkfield.
Not part of my family.
During the ceremony,
I thought it was. I thought your parents were dead.
a protest was staged by a group of individuals who identified themselves as the BLA, or the Brellish Liberation Alliance.
The blah.
The British are coming.
The blah.
They cried out calls for action from the people to stand up to the crown and claim what is theirs. As this demonstration carried on, it was put down quickly and severely by the king's shields. But they were led by an individual with a black veil that was across their face and helmet, seemingly in darker armor than the standard king's shields. The ceremony drew to a close with condemnation of the demonstration by King Boranel, decrying their selfish attempt at division on a day of mourning of a dear friend to all. Rynny and the Jets then found themselves at Vale's family home for a meet and greet with the family. Dinner and conversations were had, and the party was left to their devices for the evening before winding down to bed. During their evening nightcap out on the back garden, a few members of the party noticed the Cloudbreaker making dock at the city's airship spire. And thus, we will find ourselves bedding down to a much, much needed night of rest after an incredibly stressful day. Some finding these to be the comfiest beds you've ever slept in. Others, unable to get much rest as they're plagued with the thoughts and events of the day previous. Vale finding a sense of contentment, being in his childhood home, surrounded by family both new and old. And that's where we will come into tonight's session. But, before sunrise comes around, V, in the middle of the night, probably around 3 or 4 a.m.,
Were you walking in your sleep?
Don't sleep.
as you find yourself in Ryn's room, as you are wont to do most nights.
I just critically watch it.
Ren and
She's used to it by now.
yeah, Ren and Untitled Chapter over there. That's fine. You saved his life once, it's worth it, you know.
That's fair.
I stabbed that alien in the fucking brain.
Which he's still really grateful for, although he has no clue how close to death he was.
Thanks, buddy.
Stab some more aliens in the face for me, okay? Or in the back of the head, whatever.
What is this?
What is it? So it is like
Yeah.
a new background.
I'll show you how to.
Cool.
So,
I like that.
I just got the meme kid.
as the night continues on, the house is quiet. No real disturbances throughout the city. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, though, you feel called to return outside. Being in this house, in such a nice, expansive home, surrounded by friends and family in this walled city on this island in the middle of the river, you feel that Ryn is rather safe, rather protected, and never really having time to yourself or of your own volition. You feel just, you sort of want a breath of fresh air, even though you don't have to breathe. And so,
I was given the choice for the first time last session if I wanted to be out there.
yes.
No one's really ever asked to be.
Yes.
He's just always been like, follow Ren.
So, you just feel this sort of compulsion to return out to the back garden. Do you go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I feel the compulsion from like myself, or is it like
It's more so like you're just sitting there and, you know,
it just seems like I
Warforged have that sentry mode that they sort of go into when they
Yeah.
sleep,
Yeah.
but you're just sitting there, and as opposed to a lot of the other places that you've stayed at night, this is one of the first times that you've actually felt secure. And you're almost, even though you don't really know what boredom is,
Yeah.
you're sort of bored.
Yeah.
And so it just sort of is like, you know what? It won't be far. I'm within earshot if anything happens. I'm just going to go outside and for a little while.
Smoke break.
Pretty much. So,
There's no breathing.
again, you make your way
Well,
through the home, down the stairs, out the back
Why
door,
didn't set it aside this?
where everyone was gathered earlier in
Do
the
I have
night.
to like be stealth, or am I good?
Would you like to be so?
Well, no, I want to make sure I'm not waking anyone up.
I mean, if you're trying to not wake people up, you can be quiet enough. If you're trying to make sure that nobody knows you're leaving,
No,
then
I'm
yes.
just trying not to wake anyone up.
Fair enough. So, you make your way out to the back patio. And again, you're greeted with the very nicely manicured garden, the back patio of the house, of the estate where the Vale's family of the Dimmadani house stays, with its walled back portion of the property. The walls are 20 or 30 feet high, ramparts at the top, but At the base of the wall, where it would meet the ground, it actually descends into the Dagger River, and there's that little like semicircle that comes out with iron grates in it that allows the water of the river to actually flow into like a small pond.
Gotcha, but it doesn't allow people or anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's like a small little pond in the back of the property. And you're sitting there and you're enjoying the calm and the quiet. And about this time of the evening, you sort of look up, and the majority of the clouds from the storm the previous day have moved on. The sky is starting to clear up. You can see quite a few stars. Again, from your view, the airship spire towards the northern end of the city really sort of dominates the skyline, and you can see, parked right up against it, with two large magical lights shining on it.
Well, we basically rode for half a minute.
The Cloudbreaker.
Yeah.
And it takes a moment, but as you're looking at it, you can actually occasionally make out the shadows crossing in front of the lines, as it appears as though people are actively working on the ship,
Sure.
probably repairing whatever damage was sustained when the ship ran
Crashed.
aground. But as you're sitting there, something sort of catches your eye in the pond, and at first it's just like a little flicker of motion. And you look at it, and you assume it's probably a fish or an animal of some kind.
It's a koi pond.
And so you don't really think anything of it. And then a few seconds later, you see it again.
I have double sight too, so
What's the range?
120 feet.
It Devil Sight just gives you
You can see.
Magical darkness.
Yeah.
sees magical darkness. Nothing like that. Just you're seeing like little flickers of motion and movement. And at first you sort of dismiss it, but then it keeps sort of happening and happening. And then you notice that, like, you sort of like, you're looking at it, and then you sort of look away and look up at the skies, but you feel almost compelled to look back to the pond.
Are those organized?
And as you begin focusing closer on it, you start noticing that it almost looks like, in the relatively clear water, almost like shadows are swirling.
Just beneath the surface, or like at the very bottom.
You hear anything?
So hand still on the book. Is the book doing anything?
It's a little colder than normal. It's not like ice cold or anything like that, but it's where it's been room
How
temperature the
cold?
past like day.
Yeah.
It's got chill to the
Yeah.
touch.
Alright, so V's gonna get real close and like kind of lean down, but so he's standing, right? He's really tall. He's not gonna get on a knee. He's just gonna bend all the way over, almost like a robot.
Because he's a warforged.
Because he's a warforged,
Yeah.
and there's no pain or reaction. It just looks straight over it.
So as you sort of focus closer in on it, you notice there's like these like shadowed tendrils in the water, and where there's one, and then there's 5, and then there's 20, and they're all sort of swirling around, and as they do, they sort of form this like whirlpool in the middle. And the pond grows darker, and darker, until it's almost pitch black. And you're incredibly focused on it. And it's almost entrancing,
Yeah.
the patterns that it's creating, and you sort of find yourself almost leaning too far forward, like you're going to lose your balance, and you sort of catch yourself, and you realize at this point that the book is freezing cold. And you sort of look at the book for a second, and then you look back to the pond, and in the center of this swirling mass of shadows, you see 5 yellow eyes.
Okay.
And they all sort of start in different positions. And then they swirl around in the shadows, and they coalesce together in a 5-pointed star right in the center. And all of a sudden, you feel a presence that is intently focused on you.
So it's almost like we're staring back at each other at this point.
At this point, yeah, you've now noticed it, and at first you just thought they were like a trick of the light and the stars,
Sure.
and then you saw them move,
But now
and
it's like something is there.
coalesce, and as they coalesce together in this 5-pointed star, they almost like flash brighter and almost like they set themselves. And when they did that, you felt that the presence of something very intently focused on you.
So V's going to look at it, and I think what he's going to end up doing is he's going to look at whatever's looking at him. He's going to try to speak into its mind and ask, "What are you?"
So you've spoken into people's mind before, and there's
Almost like a guarantee that I know it registers.
yeah, it's like it's almost like when you extend your consciousness into the mind of somebody else to connect with them, you feel it take purchase. You feel it take hold. And there's like that. It's like two cables connecting and plugging in.
Sure.
Right? But you reach out your consciousness towards whatever this is in the pond, and it's almost like when your consciousness reaches the water, it's like running into stone. And that connection, you try. And you try twice, and you try a third time. And about the time that you're like, something's not right, and you start to retract, one of those little tendrils of shadow almost like lashes out of the pond. And it doesn't hurt, but it connects with your chest bone.
Okay.
And it's at that moment that you feel that connection. And the moment that that connection takes hold, you hear a voice. A similar voice that you've heard before. And you just hear, "Child, you are performing well. But there are great dangers afoot. Listen. A new prophecy foretold. The light touched by darkness. As the voice echoes in your mind. It beckons the end.
So V, basically feeling this presence inside his head, I'm assuming it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. It is, like when you interact with your party members, it's two equal beings connecting.
Yep.
This being, whatever you are connected with at the moment, it is overwhelmingly massive. Its presence weighs on you like a 2-ton stone.
Like I'm looking up at him. Yeah.
Yeah, and you actually like if you actually try to like look up, you can't break your gaze. You are like those 5 yellow points in the lake are focused on you, and you are locked in with it, and there is no. You almost like you try for a second, and even if your body starts to tilt, your head stays laser focused on it.
So
Is that auto-robotic?
The voice continues.
Auto-robotic?
We must usurp the prophecies. You shall be my hand, acting in my stead, my vessel, making the fates falter. And where there's that one tendril, another. Two grab onto your arms and pull your arms out to the side, almost like
I know
chains.
where this is going.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Auto-robotic.
And
I've
you
seen
have
that board to watch
you
this.
have one. You still have that one locked on your center chest, and it's actually locked right where when you had the conversation with Matthias the night before, and he sort of told you about that little circle right in the center of your
The
breastplate
docent,
for the
yeah.
docent. It actually is like locked into that, and you watch as these shadows start to
walking
spin and twist, And as they do, that little sphere, right? That little indent where the sphere of the docent would sit, it spirals open almost like an iris, right? Like a camera shot opening up. And as it does, you actually watch as the two plates that make up your chest plate actually and pop open. And beneath it, you can see the live wood that makes up your body, right? But the live wood, the branches and the vines that make it up actually start to sort of unravel a little bit right there. And you can see nestled right in the middle, about the size of a baseball, you can see an almost perfectly smooth sphere of a dark, it's a super deep purple, almost black, and this almost perfectly perfectly smooth glass sphere. But as you sort of focus and look at it, you can see that around it there are small indentations, very similar to where your docent would sit in this sphere, almost like a docent could sit in the sphere. You dig? The voice grows more intense, louder, and a little angry. 5 pieces. 5 creations. 4 failures. Find them. Return them. Make us whole. And at this point, your mind is flooded with images and sounds as a vision is forced upon your consciousness. And it takes a moment for the fogginess to recede and you to sort of, it's painful, but it's not causing damage. But it's like an oppressive headache. And it takes a moment for you to sort of like realign yourself. And when you open your eyes, you're not there. You're not in the backyard of Vale's family home. You're in what appears to be a stone chamber, and whatever you're looking through begins to move. And it pivots to the side and walks towards the wall. And on the wall, there's a large mirror. Next to the mirror is a table. And the table has a helmet, a large greatsword leaned up against it, a window. And as whatever you're looking through steps that way, you see in the mirror another Warforged. The plating of the body is refined and polished, very similar to your own. On the chest, on the right side, resides the same 3-pronged symbol that your chest bears. On the left side, where yours bears a V, this bears a large I. Not I,
No,
but
right,
like
like
letter
Yeah,
I.
yeah.
Where your Golra in your forehead, which by the way, for those of you that don't know, every Warforged in the world has a unique symbol, almost like a little floating, glowing thing, but like right on their forehead. That's called a Golra. No one knows what causes them. No one knows where they come from. Every single Warforged has a unique Golra. These, I don't know if you guys know or not, is in the symbol of a rune, like an arcane rune. Because as you remember, his body is covered in those glyphs and lines and formulas, and all of it sort of seems to channel up to his goal. Where yours is yellow, this one is blue. As are the eyes of this Warforged. And as it inspects its armor, sort of straightens itself, you feel it sort of like stretch. And it's weird because at first you were just viewing it. Now you're feeling it. You feel it stretch. You feel A couple of the vines that make up the live wood sort of stretch.
Does it seem like it's taller than me?
Approximately the same height, same build.
Okay.
And so as it inspects itself, it reaches over the table and it grabs a large helmet, pulls the helmet over its head, begins to grab the sword, and looks out the window. And out the window you can see a darkened, ruined landscape. And just before the horizon, probably, I don't know, 30, 40 miles away, there lies a massive wall of swirling gray mist.
Which I wouldn't recognize. A new player, but
Just beneath the window, you hear a voice ring out. You hear the clatter of swords and armor, wheels on carts moving, the neighing of horses. Then you hear someone yell out, "All hands! We move out in 10 minutes! We make the crossing tonight at dusk!" And as this individual grabs their sword and sort of steps back, they take one last look in the mirror. And the eyes have turned yellow. And you feel this hatred, this anger well up from within them. And they just lunge out, shatter the mirror. And you hear them yell in anger. And the vision ends. You find yourself standing back in the garden, overlooking the small pond. It's now clear as it was when you first came out here. Your book is still excellent.
So, can I open the book?
Yeah.
So I open the book, and instead of talking directly to it like I have in the past, I'm just gonna say, "Where?" out loud. And it's just a blank page, so.
Hold on 1 second. Make a just a straight charisma check.
17, which is +3, yeah.
What do you mean we?
Well, that's true. You're not getting any sleep. You're getting nightmares.
I'm tossing turn.
Oh, they changed
Might
the
be
app.
in bed. Sorry.
I'm getting really good sleep. Probably the sleep I've had in a while.
With your 8-year-old sister.
That's a non-natural
You
20.
setting up a heroin needle over there?
Okay.
Trying to get this mechanical pencil to work.
You're holding the book
Make
open
that
and you
flag
just
might
say
be oversized.
where,
Oh.
and
Yep.
the book almost
Do you need a pencil?
Nickel.
right now?
wheels
Nickel
itself
for
out of your
10.
hand, and you catch it. And as you do, it
Need to be in bed.
spins you around, and one of the pages flips open, and you can see an arrow
Does he need it?
Okay, that's cool. I like that.
pointing in
One has
a just a general. You obviously aren't aware of your directions, but just for
Yeah.
reasoning, it's pointing in a general northeasterly direction.
But I'm gonna immediately memorize
And you-
just that direction.
You feel a great distance. It's not like they're just in. It's not like it's in the city. It's not like it's close. There is a vast distance
Goes.
between.
Yes.
Yes. And you're looking at it, and you commit it to memory. And when you open your eyes back up, the page is blank, except for a single phrase. If the corrupted assemblies finish their task, the forgotten marks return to the golden sphere.
You guys wrote that down, right?
If the corrupted
assembly
assembly finishes their task,
The forgotten marks return to the golden sphere. And that voice returns just as a whisper. And all you hear is that prophecy foretold.
So B's just gonna stand there, and he's gonna stay out there for the rest of the night.
Okay. You're going to stay out there till sunrise and then return into the house, or are you going to stay out there until someone comes and gets
Until
you?
someone comes and gets me.
If the corrupted assembly finish their task, the forgotten marks return to the golden sphere, and then the other thing was a new prophecy foretold. Got it. Whew.
So, all right. For the rest of you, morning comes. The sun rises. Yes.
So V is gonna look down. Has the chest and everything returned back to normal?
Yeah. It's as if it never moved. Morning comes. You all wake to find yourselves in your respective rooms. As you rise, Ryn, you notice that he's not in your room. But as you all sort of look around, you notice that sat next to your bed on a tray is a tray with fresh fruit, freshly baked bread, cured meats, hot, freshly cooked eggs, bacon, sausage, a veritable spread of breakfast laid out in front of you, with a small note next to it that just says, "Breakfast is served. Signed, M." Even with your insanely high passive perception, you didn't even notice Matthias come into the room and deliver.
Oh no, it's Matthias. He does it. Yeah.
So you all rise.
Morning breakfast.
I'm assuming 2 trays in my room.
Funnily enough, you wake up and Anra is no longer
okay.
in the room with
That's cool.
you. Anyone that had exterior clothes that they had been wearing that they removed for the evening, you find them freshly laundered and cleaned and folded.
Has my money been laundered yet?
No, that's a different city. Sorry.
Okay.
Is your weapon laundered?
My money.
The morning is yours. What would you like to do?
Well, when I didn't get a full night's rest, does that mean that I just kind of like toss and turn and I'm doing that thing where I'm just staring at the ceiling for like an hour? Or what? Or do I just wake up like a little earlier than I need to? Like, what exactly does that?
I would say you still slept as long as everybody else. It was like every 30 or 45 minutes you were jolted awake by nightmares,
Okay.
and so
You still got a long rest.
No.
he gains the benefits of a long rest from leveling up,
Got it. Level of exhaustion.
but you still get a level of exhaustion.
So this is managed on all movement.
Yes.
So I kind of wake up, clear-eyed, look at the fruits, just kind of, I just kind of say more to myself, if you're gonna be up there, you might as well at least help me get a good night's sleep. Just kind of reach over and just kind of pull the tray over to me and start nibbling on whatever fresh fruits assortment is on the tray. But I say that very quietly. Morning.
What? Is it morning already? Terrible. Morning.
Morning.
How to sleep?
Not great, but at least there's food.
Not great.
Nightmares.
But what? Jed will kind of sit up and...
I just kind of look at you like, what do you think we've been through the last 24 hours?
Fair enough.
Give you like that kid, like, just,
Yeah.
come on.
Enough said.
What's weighing on my mind? How about you?
Alcohol takes the edge off.
It's about this point that you notice that V's not in the room.
Did V tell you he was going somewhere?
Nice. No, that's weird. I'll go look for him. I just kind of jump off bed, quickly change, and grab a couple handfuls of fruit out the door.
Okay. Before we move on to the next part, you had a question.
Yes. So the backyards we were last night.
Yes.
That's kind of like grassy kind of area. Is there any kind of like more
Yes,
private?
Grassy knoll.
There's this is a very nice estate. It is well maintained. It is well manicured. The garden is full of shrubs and trees. There's a small fountain. If you're trying,
Is there like a training ground or any place for like a more private like a courtyard or something that would like not be in the way of people?
on the estate, probably not.
I feel like those back gardens would be like the most privacy.
Yeah, I mean those are gonna be the most private, but there's not like a if you're looking for a training ground, there is not like a sand pit with a wooden post in it. It's just you could probably train back here, but there's no. It's gonna be challenging to find a dedicated space on the estate. You could probably find something throughout the city, knowing this is a large capital city.
Is there like a open area that wouldn't be people's way that I could have like room to move?
Yeah, the backyard's big enough.
Okay, so about an hour before everybody else got up, at least at a minimum, I left my arm and everything in my room. I'm just like doing push-ups and physical activity outside.
Okay.
Cue Rocky montage.
Before we move on to that, I need you to roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
Joe, what was your question?
So are we all? I'm just asking. Are we all in the same room together?
No.
Or we're all in separate rooms?
You all scattered into different rooms.
The
Ryn,
thing that happens sometimes.
Jet, and
like the
V
log that
stayed
was in
together.
Correct.
Vale went to his own room, and then you and Gunther had separate rooms.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You're a little
6?
This is a large estate.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
I just was trying to see if people are in a room with me or.
Will Arvidsson paint.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for Corey to come back because when you get up and go out into the backyard, you just find V just like standing at the edge of the pond, just sort of. When you walk out of the house, his back is to you, and he's just sort of standing there, just motionless.
Sentry mode.
Pretty much.
So, I mean, honestly, I guess I can wait till he gets back, but what I was going to say is I'm used to seeing Warforged.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's other things, I actually just don't care that he's being weird. I just go off and
That's
I just...
kind of par for his course, though. I mean...
Yeah.
Generally just standing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing weird. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't. It's not my major concern this morning. Like, I don't care.
He's doing V things.
Yeah,
You don't care.
Yeah.
So whereas, like, obviously, if you walk past that, you'd be like, what are you doing?
Right. Yeah. Like if you saw Ryn standing at the pond looking down,
Yeah,
you'd be
I'd be
like,
that's a
question.
yeah.
Well, while we wait for Corey to return, anyone else doing anything?
I'm sending you something real quick.
It's a dick pic.
What's Jet's passive, real quick?
17.
Not
Okay.
right now.
So
I
you
don't
would have
think,
noticed
but
two things. I'll kind of redact one. When V decided to stay with you guys and
some
drank,
things.
and when V wasn't there when Ryn woke up, you would have noticed Ryn kind of have like this look of like almost hurt confusion. Like when V didn't decide to stay next to her and wasn't there when she woke up, because these are things that she has kind of gotten used to as V's been traveling with them.
Okay.
Jet would take note. I don't think he would stop you at that point, though, and let you just kind of do your thing.
Sure. That's one thing I thought I'd go with, like how would Ryn react to V not following Ryn, because she's kind of like used to him being her shadow.
That's fair.
Anything else?
Jet, I think at that point, would probably go ahead and get ready. Enjoy the fact that his clothes have actually been cleaned rather than just like through prestidigitation. I mean,
Legitimately clean.
yeah, literally clean same thing through magic,
Well,
but it's just like still.
You
This
know,
is nice.
You know, there's actually a starch used.
someone else
it's-
probably
it's
cast
gonna-
prestidigitation instead of yourself.
Hey,
You
got a
same
fresh
with someone
linen
cooks
set,
for
yeah.
you. You didn't have to do the work. It's
The-
nice,
The
even
collar
if it's
is
just
nice and stiff from this extra starch
Yeah.
used.
Yep. Kind of.
So the
Starts on the
entire
collar,
party's
you know?
only been together for about a month now, right? We had said about 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
Roughly.
I believe you're just about to come up on a month.
Okay.
Um,
By the way, what I'm texting
yeah,
you,
you are
no rush.
It is tomorrow. Will be 1 month since the party started. Since the
Okay.
party met on the train.
guys,
1 month anniversary.
Jet was. Can I roll to see if Jet remembers something that occurred the night before? Because he did drink a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
well.
16. So yeah, I was gonna say he probably does.
I was going to roll like a 1.
You were
Yeah.
just asking if you remember most of the night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you remember pretty much everything. A couple bits are fuzzy,
Okay.
but it's not like it's just a blackout.
Yeah. Specifically, Ren had asked him to talk to Zareth. And so he's like, well, we need to do that. And he'll go look for Zareth, who he also will want to track down Gunther at some point, and Vale.
Okay.
But he'll head towards where he believes Zareth's room was, whether or not that's correct, considering this is an estate.
Right. So you step out of your room, and you remember that like your room was one of the first ones at the top of the stairs, and you know that the rest of the party's farther down the hallway, and so you begin to walk down the hallway, and as you do, excuse me, Matthias the butler emerges out of one room, closes the door quietly, turns around, sees you, and goes, "Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I assume you slept well."
I did, and thank you. Motions to the close.
My pleasure. And he just sort of steps by you and down the stairs.
I'd like to learn your story someday. Jet will say as he passes by.
You and many others. He just sort of chuckles as he walks down the stairs.
Maybe over a drink? Another night, of course.
Maybe.
Jet will then continue on his way.
Okay. You make your way farther down the hall. You open the room that Gunther went into, and you open the door, and nobody's in there. The tray that is by the table is empty. The bed has been made. There's no clothing. None of Gunther's gear is present. He's nowhere to be found.
Next one.
So you shut the door. You move on to the next room. You open the door, and you see Zareth. What is Zareth
Well,
doing?
for clarification, Jet will knock first. He feels like it's rude to just be like, "I'm here."
Zareth, you hear at your door.
First, he doesn't hear it.
Jet will wait the polite couple seconds. Knock again. Zareth?
Someone there?
Yes.
Come in. And when you walk in,
Yeah.
there's going to be papers. Not full on It's Always Sunny Pepe Silva. But there's papers of things that I've written down over years of different disappearances, different sightings, different notes I've taken from everything I've worked on.
Where's Boot?
Just gonna you fucker guy. Just Bigfoot question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
With Loch Ness
fine.
Monster
Inside.
question mark?
This is gonna sound weird. I don't know if do pictures exist in this room?
Yeah, sure, people draw.
Yeah, there's artists'
And-
sketches.
Well, I was gonna
There's
say,
printing presses, aren't there, in Eberron?
and for the first time, you'll see a picture sitting up on a. I'm assuming my bed would have a table next to it. A picture propped up of Zareth with a woman.
Finally.
Setting up on the end table. And then there's just notes everywhere. I'm
265
connecting
days.
things, looking through documents, reading, writing down. Lady Bull is
Some shots fired.
written down in several places. And I'm just very focused on that at the moment.
Jet will pause, take a minute, and look at the photo.
I
And
gotta pull
then,
up some things. Gotta pull
as
some
he kind
notes.
of walks up, slowly, kind of respectfully as you can, and when you realize you've walked in on maybe something that someone wasn't necessarily prepared for you
Mm-hmm.
to just pop up. She's lovely.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. She was.
Oh fuck. Suck.
Okay, somebody else is gonna have to fucking do this tonight.
Alright, I got you.
Who's next?
Uh-oh. Nope.
No.
Goes.
Nope. Nope. His beard.
His beard.
I've spilled mine. Wayne's overflowed.
Sorry,
I'm waiting on the next person's to overflow.
You're fine. No worries.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I just meant it's time for someone else to spill a beer now.
Oh.
We all have to do it tonight. It's
Or
initiation.
not.
Preferably not. I've done it before, so you know.
That was the loudest cake opening I've ever. Just like,
I appreciate you, baby.
it just kept popping. Everything. I was like,
I'm worried about moving too fast, considering that I'm next to a camera. That's why I didn't get up. So sorry. I've knocked this thing over so many fucking times.
No, you're fine.
That's why I put the more stable one over there now.
I
Okay.
know, but at the same time, I'm still terrified.
Sorry, so where were we?
Jet
said your wife's
has
hot.
entered your room.
Yep.
You're in
Yes.
the middle of. You have your
Seriously,
scattered
masturbating.
papers everywhere. Some of them are arcane formulas for spells. Others are like journal entries and scrawlings. Some of them look much older than others. And sort of positioned in the center of it is this like seemingly like family portrait.
What was her name?
Fuck, I don't know. Hold
That's
Well,
actually
it was a one night stand. I don't
It's a
remember.
very Xerif answer.
on. It's so long ago, you know. When you got so many bitches running around.
Such a Xerif thing to say.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say this out of character because it's gonna be hard to
I
pronounce.
believe her name is
how I
Woody,
wrote this.
Woody, rocking everywhere.
It's Melee Amstracia, which translates to starflower.
Jet, what kind of nod? A little bit long for a song title, don't you think?
Yes. Maybe one day there will be a song. Maybe with a happy ending.
You have a bard.
I do. I could commission it.
My mate, she always enjoyed the songs I wrote.
Your mate. And to was she.
Missing. Out there, I imagine, somewhere.
Perhaps they both are somewhere.
You know, we're dealing with some dangerous stuff here. This Lady Vol.
To say the least.
I
I've
know
seen some dangerous stuff in my time, though. Fought it many times. Killed it once. But my line, my line of work, I feel that no one ever stays dead.
your line of work, your field of study.
Yes.
In my culture, it's necromancy is one of those things that is questionable. Most don't like it, obviously. The idea of death is not the worst thing for us,
It's understandable.
but I understand people go to many different means to achieve their goals, protect their family.
I feel when used in the right hands, in the right sense, in the right time, necromancy is no different than any other form of medicine. Of course, it can be abused, can be
As any
used for
magic.
terrible things. Correct. But in the right hands, I feel like it can do good.
Look, I came just primarily because Ren's worried about you.
She's not worried. I want her things stupid.
Jet kind of gives you a very stern look.
Okay, this time.
You said we almost had them. You do realize we were
We do.
vastly outmatched.
Nah, you guys are.
How have you lived this long if you cannot determine when the enemy is well beyond your capability?
I see it as maybe I've lived this long because of the fact that I'm always able to take care of myself.
I don't doubt you're able to take care of yourself. However, in the state we were in, to go after them then,
I didn't
Cool.
want you all to go after them then.
but we were there.
Yes. And you all got away.
Barely. By luck, by
You
the gods, by whatever.
charged. If I remember correctly, you charged a mind flayer.
The fuck is that?
That squid guy. Do you know how close you were to death?
Honestly, I don't give a fuck if it means that I've protected Ryn. That thing did something to
Very
her
true.
head.
Very true. It almost did something to your head, but it worked out.
Jet just kind of pauses.
You know those things will rip your brain out, right?
No, I've never encountered one before.
So you haven't encountered a mind flayer before, but yet you're here telling me about dangers of the world.
It's different in the heat of battle when you have the moment and you respond to something versus she was walking towards us very confidently with two guards who were God knows what when we had just been through hell.
I have stood in front of many cunts that thought that they could take me on, and I lived.
No man's invincible.
You are when you can be brought back. And I'll just give a little smile, like a little chuckle, like I thought I made a joke.
That's
Like I feel like I'm clever.
so on point. So on point. Hi, Felicia. You're welcome to take a seat on the couch, wherever.
Brought back by your own hand. Or another's, under their control. Isn't that what undead do? Undead are.
That's what some people use undead for.
I've never met a sentient undead creature.
I think there's still ways
False,
out
you
there.
would have.
Oh, I
in
have.
your travels through
Oh.
through Karnath.
Oh, okay.
Necromancy is so common that it is accepted.
Oh, okay.
Very similar to necromancy is ingrained as a part of the culture
Got
of
it.
Karnath because the
Yeah.
nation of Karnath was founded almost exclusively around the religion of the Blood of Vol.
I guess would Jet be aware of some of that though?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you
Yeah,
traveled through
it's-
Karnath to
it's-
figure it out.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Well,
widely,
having traveled through it, but
it's
actually being
widely regarded that if the last war had continued and the mourning had not happened, Karnath would have dominated because of the fact that their armies were explicitly made up of undead.
Yeah, our ranks were
Every
like-
time they win a battle, their ranks increase.
Would Jet know of a wizard though that was able to do it on themselves? Like being able to, I died, now I raised myself.
Have you met them specifically? No, but the idea of a lich is rather.
Right.
It's known. Not a lot of people do it because it's incredibly challenging and requires an incredibly high level of skill
Right.
and knowledge. So you know of a lich, which is basically a wizard that has grown to the point of being so powerful that they can attain immortality by making themselves undead.
Oh, so if he knows that, then that would change his.
Have you ever met a lich? No.
No, because I wouldn't be here.
I remember a man once named Arthas.
Of course, there's tales and all these sorts of things of sentient undead. You know the ways that they do that,
There's some ways, yeah.
liches and the like.
Some.
That is not your goal, is it?
No, it's not my goal.
Insight check.
Roll an insight. Insight. Roll.
So this is my question because I don't know what we're rolling right now.
So he is asking you, is that your goal?
Are you
and
trying
you
to
are
tell
saying
Is my goal to go through and raise
To become a
dead
lich.
to literally be?
Are you
I can control them and
No,
then they're
Are
under
you
my
trying
control.
to attain
you
lichdom?
to become a lich.
Yeah.
You answered.
Oh,
you
I
answered-
misunderstood the question then, so I need to retract my statement.
Okay.
I thought he was saying, is it my goal to control an army of undead, force them to my will?
He is
Oh, no,
asking,
no.
is it your goal to become a lich?
Oh, fuck.
Yep. Did you just say yes to him?
You still insight check?
If he's dead serious, I don't think it necessarily.
Yeah, or undead serious.
Where's the glasses, Corey?
I'm sorry, guys.
All of you.
Let me make a reminder.
If that is what it takes for me and my family to exist and go off and find our own piece of the world somewhere,
It's tough for a necromancer to raise a family.
Is it though?
Don't make me give you another point of exhaustion.
I saw a shirt the other day that said necromancy is just healing too. What was it? Necromancy is just healing magic that was too slow.
Yeah. Healing after the fact.
Yeah. If that is what it takes, I don't see the harm in that. It's not like I'm going to be just raising everyone back from the dead. I'm talking about me and my family.
I will say
We
that
can
does
go
that does
somewhere.
clash with your sensibilities a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've never really heard story of a
Good.
lich. So it's like someone coming to you and saying, "Hey, I just got elected to Congress. I promise I'm going to do what you want."
By the way, my name's Matt Gates.
Fucking damn!
Boom roasted.
God damn.
So Jet kind of.
I mean, you are the right age for him.
Oh shit!
Damn.
It's getting spicy.
Starting to slip out of character.
Jet kind of takes a minute. I was hoping maybe I would be able to write a song about a happy ending, but I don't know. Liches, there's never a happy song about a lich. There's never a happy story about a lich. What?
Isn't it about time we make one? Give the people something they've never heard before. I'm not talking about raising a goddamn army. Why can't I have my fucking family on my fucking plot of land that I fought for? Been around 260 fucking years. It's about time I earned that. You tell me that's immoral.
I'm not telling you
Nice.
it's immoral. I'm telling you it's dangerous.
Of course
And
it's dangerous.
foolhardy.
Well then, fuck you, Jet.
That's fair enough. I've not lived as long as you have.
I mean, let's go get some alcohol.
Mimosas,
8:30 in the
bitch.
morning.
It's called mimosas.
265
And
years
it's
old.
He's 275 years old. He's earned it.
You're right.
While we
Had
continue
it
this
in
conversation.
and it's classy.
You can tell that Zareth feels bad about having said fuck you, Jet.
Well, Jet actually didn't respond too much to it, more so just as someone who's also experienced some pain, disappointment, anger. I just warn you. The path we're going down isn't a easy or wise one. It's painful.
I have spent. God damn it. I need a math check.
Just round.
I'm just saying 60. I've spent about 60 years knowing pain, loneliness.
Then you will know more. And you understand.
I am at a point prepared to die, if that's what it takes. Whatever ends this, whether it be happy or I'm gone, at least it's over. That is my decision to make. You are very wise and I appreciate your counsel and you will always be a dear friend. But if that is what it must take, then that is what it must take.
I understand. I just would hope you wouldn't, coming from me, it's ironic, but rush to your death.
I've lived a very long life, Jet.
Well.
Sometimes 265 years may be enough. Maybe not. Maybe this all ends happily and you're singing a song one day. Thinking fondly of our adventures together.
You just understand how much pain it can cause those around you when you're there and then suddenly gone.
God damn. Ah.
I've said my piece, I think. Troubled you enough, perhaps?
No. Not at all. I've always enjoyed our talks, Jet. You're very wise, beyond your years, but beyond my years even. But this is
Never know
something
without.
that something I must do.
I understand. To a degree.
I don't ask that you understand, I just ask that you wish me well.
I do, and more so relate, maybe the better term than understand. Different people with different lives, but
Background is rocky.
respect all the same.
Training, you got like a makeshift bar down.
Jet will hold out his
Rocky
hand to you.
montage in the back.
I love it. Rin is just in her room, just
Is Rynny in prison?
No.
What did I miss?
He's like Ryn's just in her room by herself, just crossed.
No.
No.
He was talking about me.
He rolled a 16 on just a random d20, and I was just like, yeah, fuck it. You're just crossfitting in the
I
garden.
like the idea of Ryn though.
No, it'd be funny.
You
Yeah.
walk by and Ryn's got like a tank top on and she's just sweating.
Bro, she's got traps like this.
It's the scene from Rick and Morty where the sister gets super jacked.
Just playing in the background. You're the best.
Yeah. I've got the fingerless workout gloves.
That was some of the best roleplay you've ever done. You get inspiration for it.
Hey!
I'm upset that I missed it.
As you two finish your conversation and make your way out of your room, you open the door and you see floating, maybe 2 feet beyond the door, you see a tray with 2 champagne flutes filled with an orange liquid in them.
What the fuck, you jackass? Were you listening to this the whole time?
No response.
I don't care. He brings us alcohol. He's a friend. I'll take both of those.
There's no person. It's just a tray. Just
Oh, I misunderstood.
floating.
I thought you said.
No, it's just a tray just floating.
You're pretty sure you know who's controlling that tray,
Yeah,
but
Jet's assuming.
At that point, then I'm just like,
Matthias is
I
there.
like this magic.
Jet's
Fix
assuming
you.
someone was listening, so he's just pissed, yelling through the air.
yelling into the listening ears apparently.
Yep.
There's just Alexas everywhere, and you say mimosas, and they just put you.
Alexa, add
Mimosas.
add
Add it to
mimosas
wish
to the
list.
cart.
So, as the morning continues and you all make your way down into the common chambers of the room, you all are milling about. At one point, Matthias crosses by and just sort of, a little sidebar off, to where most people can't hear, directs a comment at you and is like, I'm not listening. I'm just very in tune with my guests' needs and wants. I have made a living doing this, and I am exceptionally good at it.
I think he wants to fuck you.
Understand.
That is in
No
character.
offense. I am not privy to any of the information that was spoken. I am just keenly aware of what will make my guests stay and experience the best it can possibly be.
Does he have keen mind for butlers?
And he just sort of looks at you and just bows, winks, and turns around and walks away.
What race is
Jet will. Oh, sorry, go
Is
ahead.
it?
As far as you can tell, he's human.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jet will, as he kind of makes that side comment. Sorry, sometimes I can be a little bit of a dick.
He just sort of chuckles and continues off.
Eat.
It's part of my charm.
Oh,
So
It's true.
for you, you're standing outside. The sun is just starting to crest the horizon, and you hear the back door of the house open. And
That's pretty.
you hear the clanking of heavy armor, and you recognize the sound as good. And he doesn't really accost you, doesn't make any notice of you, and you just hear, if you don't turn around, if you just stay where you're at, just sort of at the shore of the little pond, just sort of looking out, you just hear him go into his morning exercise routine.
Are you doing like one-handed pulls?
No, he's doing the fish ladder. Or whatever it's
Salmon
called.
ladder.
Salmon ladder.
Yeah.
Nondescript
It
fish
just appears
ladder.
out of
Dude,
nowhere.
he's doing
Fish
some-
ladder.
Doing some Oliver Queen arrow training.
Exactly.
Go ahead and try.
Except instead of a bard's persuasion, he just
So at this point, all of you except for
It's the immovable rod. It's
all of you except for Gunther
Yeah,
and
click the
Vinny
button.
yeah.
find yourselves gathered in the
That's
common
actually
rooms. That same room that you were sort of shuffled into when you first entered the home. The one with the large fireplace and the massive family portrait above the fireplace.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as I enter the room, I'm literally entering the room with a bottle of rum in this hand and a glass in this hand, pouring it, and I'm just like, I
gotta go
miss
ho-ho.
being in the same house with Matthias. And just, I'm partway into a bottle at this point.
At this point, you hear the sort of shrill voice of your mother
Yeah.
from the other room.
Yeah.
Not even in the same room, not even in eye shot. And she's like, Velash! We talked about you drinking before noon!
And I've said it's my choice.
Jet's just drinking on the mimosa and then goes. oh shit, are we not supposed to do that?
Does that
Did we
echo
rejoin the
throughout
group
the
this
house? Like, would we?
Oh,
yeah.
You guys
clearly.
out back don't hear it, but everybody else does. And
Dude, these vaulted ceilings carry her voice.
You say that, and she's just like,
I will say, you notice I say it much quieter than she was talking.
Like, you're like,
"Oh, I know she does. I know you."
Oh
do."
yeah. She still hears it though.
And of course she does. Of course she does.
The voice carries
And again, the voice the voice rings out. It might be your father's land, but this is my house.
A flock of birds across the street.
Hey, Bit. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I like to imagine that your mom just sent you a howler.
That's
At least let me
exactly
finish my drink.
What I was
Yeah.
imagining.
That's sort of the vibe I was going for.
At least just let me finish this one. It's already poured.
There's no response.
Do it.
Top it off. What? Do what? Do what?
Drink.
Oh yeah, no.
No, I'm saying literally Zeref's cheering you on.
Yeah. I top it off and then I'll set the bottle down and walk off. But, yeah, go for it.
You set the bottle down, and like you start to take a drink, and the bottle just sort of lifts and floats out of the room.
Yep.
And you see Matthias standing at the doorway, and he just sort of grabs it and looks at you and just mouths and just turns around and walks away.
So that's the best sleep I've had in far too long. How's everybody else's morning been?
Got a mimosa, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And you've got rum, so it's pretty good.
So, out of anything, just because of playing character, Zarek would not have slept. So,
You take one
Technically-
exhaustion.
that's what I was going to say.
You take one exhaustion.
Derek technically as an elf never sleeps.
He takes a 4-hour meditation. If you did not take that meditation, you take a point.
What does meditation count as?
4 hours of you basically sitting there
Reflecting.
But
reflecting?
what I'm saying is reflecting as in, like, I don't have to necessarily be moving, but I'm literally thinking, could I be thinking of everything that I've been writing out? Like, if I'm just sitting there for 4 hours thinking of that?
I would say so.
You can spend 4 hours thinking of your family.
That's what I'm saying.
And-
And then
that
the
counts.
4 hours that would constitute your 8-hour long rest after that
Is
you,
me writing and going, okay.
Yes.
So
Actually,
yes,
I'll do
you
that
can
then.
still take the benefits of a long rest.
Yes.
Okay.
What about V? How long was the interaction out there? Because technically after the interaction, he didn't move or do anything. He just stood there.
I would say honestly, the interaction was in the middle of the night. So unless you're going to stay in sentry position for another 3 hours,
Well, that's why I'm asking. How long was the interaction between?
Does V take exhaustion?
well, that's the thing.
Mhm.
You
can.
were in sentry mode for about 2.5 hours
Sure.
when you started to feel that compulsion to go outside.
Yeah.
So it broke the long rest.
Sure.
You went outside. You had this interaction.
Sorry.
By the time it was done, it was probably 3 or 4 in the morning.
Okay.
At this point, it's about 8.
Okay.
If you want to get the benefits of a long rest, you have to stay in sentry mode for another 2 hours.
Okay. It depends. If we end up having to leave or go something,
Okay.
we'll break it. But it's just at that moment he's just standing there.
Okay.
So, people outside still haven't joined us though, right?
Gunther and B are still outside.
Hmm.
How long are you training?
Oh, I'm just doing the thing. Like, I'm just letting
How long?
everybody-
How long do you do it for?
So this would be an exception. I'm just.
You woke up at. You said you physically woke up an hour before everybody else.
Yes.
Are you training for an hour and then going inside, or are you
No,
training
no,
for
I'm
2
still-
hours?
I'm staying out there
Until
until I
someone-
feel
4 or 5.
necessary.
Okay.
So
Fair
we're
enough.
really close to the fight. Like, we still have not left for Sharn yet.
So yeah, you guys are all.
7-hour train ride.
You guys are all inside.
Oh, okay.
Gunther and V are not with you.
It was like a 7-day ride.
None of Vale's family is present except for the
Somebody
voice of
voiced
his
them
mother ringing from somewhere else in the home.
So, has anyone seen Gunther or lovely Warforged friend?
Gunther,
Is
yes,
Ren
she's
still
there.
there actually? Because she went to go find him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, if you went to find them, then it won't take you long to find both of them in the backyard.
So I guess, yeah. Have you returned, or are you still out there?
Or did you go outside and join them?
Yeah, I went outside. Well, especially I see V's just standing there motionless.
Yeah, you go up and you sort of like tug on his robe a little bit, and
He's
he
just
is.
standing there with the book just open, blank pages.
He's just sort of. He's just unresponsive. You've seen him like this before.
Right. What you looking at, big guy?
If I talk, does that break the?
sentry mode?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it.
I
Yeah,
don't
it does.
think so, but let me just double check real quick because it's not challenging.
I feel like sentry mode, if you talk, that kind of is. It would defeat the purpose of a sentry mode if you can't communicate an attack.
Right, what time did we go to bed?
When you take a long
There's no
rest, you
he's
must spend at
drawing
least
in and
6
writing.
hours in an
Is there
inactive,
seeing
motionless
anything
state
of
rather than
anything
sleeping.
Right.
In this state, you appear inert, but it doesn't render you unconscious, and you can see and
Probably seen
hear
it
as
writing.
normal. It does not mention anything about talking, so I
But
would
I've
assume
not
that
necessarily
talking
seen
would
it
break
directly.
the
I
sentry.
wouldn't think
So
so. He does most
that's
of it
what
a day.
time did we go to bed?
Because you guys hung out and did a nightcap, I would say you probably went to bed around midnight.
So midnight and then.
What's
8 a, it's about 8 a.m. now.
Right, well, if I was. In the
If his
interaction
thing
for
was
2
2 hours, this
so
would be about 6 hours.
That's what I'm asking.
On the other hand,
You didn't get the compulsion to go outside till about 3:30.
And then
You broke your rest, so you have to restart the whole 6 hours.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
if something breaks your rest, you have to completely take a whole another 6 hour, or a whole 8 hour long rest.
Oh, I thought
You can't just resume.
May I interject? It's about under favor. A long rest, you can interrupt it. Say you get in combat and you're like resting in a dungeon. If it is interrupted, you can proceed, as long as it's no more than an hour, you can proceed the rest of the long rest.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's different for
Then yeah, the whole interaction you had with the voice
Yeah.
took 15, 20 minutes. So
you
The only
really
reason I
should
thought that
really
too is
should
because
play
when
with
we
it
did
for
watches,
so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
people would sleep for 2 hours, wake up, do a watch for an hour, and then go back to sleep.
fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, you get your full
Especially
long
if
rest.
you and him just talk about it.
So yeah,
We're
you can interact. Good call.
It's
Good call.
Nerd. He says to the DM.
I mean, that's what rules lawyers are for.
So
Yeah.
at this point, V's just gonna turn
kidding.
and like look down,
Excuse me, DM.
and
Fuck
then
me, judge.
look back, and he's gonna look in the exact direction where he was pointed, and just say,
I rule to rest my
"Go there."
And he's just pointing at the wall,
Yeah.
like 15 feet away, and the
Right,
wall's
that's
right
true, but if you're ever in court, you just stand up and go.
Right.
Stop the judge.
Maybe breakfast
Can you
first.
see this up there?
Breakfast.
They're arguing.
Then there.
Canada are arguing. And they go, "No, do you guys have any
I'm
incentive
gonna
programs in
just
Canada?" He goes,
really look at what he's pointing at.
"Straight as
The
to
wall. You gather that he's pointing beyond the wall, but
Right.
it's
What direction is he pointing in?
Northeast.
vaguely northeast.
Right.
V doesn't know that. He's just pointing.
Yeah, but I'm also.
It's more of like an east northeast.
Right, I'm also thinking like
It's
like
Mexico.
parameters of the city. Like maybe he's thinking pointing somewhere in the city that he wants to go. So I'm like, after breakfast, we could definitely go there. Sure. I think they're all joining up in the dining hall. Gunter is probably just doing more CrossFit at this point.
V is very satisfied.
No, he's moved on to
with that
P90X
answer, too.
now.
Oh, right.
So he's gonna proceed following Rin.
Okay.
Gunter, are you hungry for breakfast?
so I'm doing push-ups on the ground.
Technically, you already ate. Because you ate
Yeah.
your breakfast before you
No, I
left.
did.
you
I'm
try?
doing push-ups on the
I'm
ground.
very alarmed.
All of a sudden, you see me just take one hand and go like this and motion to you, and I'm still doing push-ups.
Yeah, one
And then I
hand.
go back to it.
I'm sorry, is that a motion to come?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm not impressed, but also.
All right, so do you approach me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing push-ups. I stop again. I grab you. I put you on my back, and I continue doing push-ups.
Roll a strength check.
You didn't have a roll strength check with one arm, but you did it with a.
I was gonna say
Well,
yes.
because
you're like,
he's used to doing his push-ups in his full armor with weapon.
Wait. I have +4. No.
well, I was gonna say, is it athletics?
What?
Just yeah.
Athletics.
I was gonna
Oh,
say then probably ridiculous.
I think it's like even though I rolled a 12, I'm pretty sure it's like 20. I think I have like +7 or +8 in
They're
athletics.
flawless, dude. He's getting all the way to the ground on one arm.
Impressive depth. Yes. All the way. Full extension. Good range of motion.
I'm just saying,
And
Gunther already ate.
It's funny. He's doing it, and he's like not even breathing hard.
You're really going
Yeah,
to
that was
win
a dirty
this
20.
competition.
Okay.
Do you pester me anymore, or
No, I think you're in the zone. I'm just gonna like hop off.
How long do you keep working out for?
I'll do another 20 minutes and then I'll go back inside.
Okay. So about a half hour passes after you all have gathered in the common room before Ryn, V, and Gunther join you all.
Jet would definitely want to try to join earlier, realizing Ren's gone, and that makes him nervous.
I would say that you take a few moments, and it takes you about 15 or 20 minutes to realize, like, she hasn't come back yet. Something's up. And you start meandering the house looking, and about the time that it's a big house.
Right.
About the time they start coming indoors is where you're, like, going to the backyard. So you're, like, walking down the hallway as they enter the door.
You found everyone. Gunther, morning.
Morning.
Me, morning.
Tyler, that wasn't meant for you.
Secret.
Well, no, I just said Tyler, or I just said, oh my god, so fucking excited. I was waiting for Tyler to be like, what?
Is there anything else you guys want to do?
I was gonna say I'll walk in. So let's. What seems to be the plan for the day? Does anybody know?
Well, I know Gunther has his fight coming up, so that's something we definitely need to keep in mind. How many days are we? I think we're like 4, right?
They request.
3 days of travel.
Gunther's
Is it 3
patron
days?
requested him in Sharn at least the day before the fight, so that puts you have all of today and 3 more days.
Before we have to be there.
Got it.
Yes, and then the day after that time is up is when you have to be there.
But
Put it this way: today is the 28th of Therendor.
Okay.
Okay,
But what's
it's the last day of the month.
Yep.
The fight is on the 5th of Ire.
So we have to be there by the
4th
4th at the
At
absolute
the,
latest.
yeah.
Yes.
And what's the travel time?
Depends on what mode of transportation you take.
What's lightning rail?
More likely. But
Because there is a lightning rail station here.
Lightning rail, you're looking at.
Is that the fastest?
Lightning rail,
Yeah.
you're looking at just shy of 20 hours to get
Sorry, I
there.
thought it was
Okay.
short.
But they, you would know this. The way the lightning rail works is
specifically say
the northbound lines leave in the morning.
Did
Yeah.
tell Sarah?
The southbound line,
Yeah.
which there's only
So
one
Sarah
because the
doesn't
line
know anything.
only goes
Yeah,
to
that's
Sharn,
Purposefully.
leaves at night.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just,
So
I didn't know if you didn't
Sharn's
hear the
Yes.
before.
Okay.
Sharn is south, everything else is north. So here,
Okay,
actually,
type
just to
first.
sort of let me go ahead and throw the map up for you guys. Actually, instead of doing
Yeah,
that,
no, he
because that's
purposefully
just
dodged the
challenging.
question. He did so successfully. But we also have a message for Lord Rukin that we need to go take care of, right?
So here we go, guys. So just to put it in perspective, you all are, if you don't mind, you all are right here in Rote. Okay, the orange line is the lightning rails. Okay, they all sort of separate into different areas. You guys are here. To travel from Rote to Sharn is about a 20-hour ride. Again, southbound lines only leave in the evening. All of the northbound trains leave throughout the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
Because there's multiple different lines that go.
Because it goes to completely
Because you
different
have one
places.
that's going to go over here to Star Alaska, and then south. You have one that goes to Star Alaska, and then over to Verathron. You have one that goes north towards Passage and Fairhaven. So there's multiple different lines that run. So in the morning, all of the northbound trains go, and then there's one departure at night. It's usually a couple trains because Sharn is such a massive city and there's so much travel in and out of it. There's usually a couple trains that depart exclusively south, evening time, 5 o'clock-ish, give or take. Just depends on the schedule. It's like an old school train station. You have to check the schedule every day because the schedule changes.
Makes sense. So yes, we of course have Gunther's fight to consider. We have a message to Lord Rukin that I would like to get taken over. And we also of course have your hometown. I imagine you want to spend a little bit of time in it, yes?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to like force anybody to stay here any longer than we really need to, just because I know we're on a little bit of a time crunch.
In the middle of this conversation, Matthias just silently enters the room, and he has a stack of like 2 or 3 newspapers and just sets them down on the table and is like, if anyone cares for them, morning news. And
Thank you, Matthias.
always turns around and he's about to step out of the room. He sort of stops for a second. Is there anything else I can get to you on?
Are the lighting rail schedules in the newspaper? Would I know that?
They should be, yes.
Oh, okay.
They're usually published. It'd be a wise idea to actually check at the station because schedules are submitted for print the day before, and I mean, this is Corvair. Who knows what could happen? If there's nothing else, I will excuse myself.
Can I insight check as for if he's kind of
15
looking at
or something?
looking at anyone specific as he says that, or
Yeah, roll an insight check.
Is he alluding at something?
right? Ooh, it's terrible. Never mind.
What'd you roll? Oh yeah,
It's
he rolled a natural 17.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be done.
Years of experience and practice dealing with nobility and discretion and being in this household, he's hard to read. You gather that he's just doing his job, just asking if anyone needs anything. But I will make myself scarce. If anyone needs anything, you all know how to get a hold of me. He just bows and steps out of the room.
I do kind of have this kind of far off look, but I just kind of like absent-mindedly just take a newspaper and I just want to look over the headlines.
So you like sort of flip it open and look. Takes a second for your eyes to focus because you're just still dealing with sleep deprivation. And the entire front page is dominated by a massive column detailing the life and history and funeral ceremony for Lord Cassius. As you filter through it, you see quick blurbs about his childhood. How he was born and raised not 10-15 years after the last war started. Was born to nobility. Raised as any noble son would be, trained in martial skills, trained in combat, especially in a time of war, trained in the art of nobility and politics and navigating high society. In terms of his military service, he rapidly rose through the ranks to be a general of his own. Commanding legions in the Brelish army during the war. He grew to become a very, very close friend of King Borinel. There's small excerpts without a lot of detail about the excursions that Borinel and Lord Cassius took to Zendrick. When they returned, typically they would, they'd leave with a squad of 20 and they'd return with 3. But they always return across multiple excursions. And then in terms of his later life, it details how he sort of stepped away from the active combat role and more into a management position, basically. Instead of being a general on the field, he was more of a general at a desk. Administrative, sort of oversaw the support and administrative efforts for the war. Again, still maintaining very, very close ties to the throne. And then, in terms of the excerpts on the ceremony, it talks about how the entire city attended and how the nation of Brayland mourns for the loss of such an iconic, well-loved and respected person that was the epitome and exact symbol of what Brayland stands for.
Just a huge literary circle jerk.
And
I'm just eye-rolling the entire article.
You read through it, and there's not a single mention
of
the demonstration.
Yeah. That's what specifically what I was looking for was mention of that.
There is not a mention of it. You flip through the newspaper, and
Does
on
anyone
like
want a
page,
beer?
I'll take a shandy.
Shandy.
What would you like? There's like 20 kinds.
There's summer shandy. There's Yingling. There's
Alabaster.
Alabaster, Razwheat. There's a
Anything fruity?
summer
Razwheat.
shandy or Razwheat.
Yeah,
Which one's sweeter?
shandy probably.
Shandy's
Say.
probably sweeter.
Yeah,
It's like lemonade.
pretty much.
I'll share with him.
What's your Shandy?
Shandy,
So one,
Shandy.
two,
Oh, I
three,
think you were gonna show
three
it to me.
shandies.
3 shandies. Is that
I was like, what? I'll share with Shannon.
I
I was
was,
like,
I wasn't
okay.
planning on sharing.
Yeah, I'll take one as well.
Shandy?
Yeah.
So basically all the shandy and then a PBR.
Yes.
Yingling?
Just to throw it in.
So you sort of flip through the newspaper, just sort of like browsing, and again, you're just
I
like
just want to see how many
you're
you
just
can
like speed reading,
Right.
skimming through it. You see, actually a rather large section on weather reports detailing the oddly strong weather system that passed through the day before, detailing how the city of Rote itself actually hasn't had a rain that extreme in over 10 years. And you know, there's some hypothesizing about what caused it, and a lot of it deals with esoteric meteorology and science. That
Making my head.
yeah, you start reading through it, and they start talking about
Wait.
low pressure zones and upper level winds, and
Yeah.
you're just
Grab
like,
your own
next.
As soon as I see the word barometric pressure, I just skip.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So you keep moving on, and on like page 4 in the bottom lower corner, there's a blurb maybe that big about how
Sorry, I'll be right back.
the king's shields, which the king's shield is they are the police. They are the local law enforcement. They are the arm of the crown that enforces the law around Britain. There's a small blurb about how the king's shield put down a small, non-impactful demonstration the day before. The BLA is not mentioned. It is not referenced that it happened during the funeral, and it's maybe 5 lines.
It's totally squashed.
Yes.
Make kind of like a disgusted
Corey, do you want a cup or you
noise.
drink out of the can?
Fold it back up and throw the newspaper in the middle of the table. Terrible writing. No mention of the demonstrators. Barely any mention of the demonstrators we saw yesterday.
Being from Rote, what I know kind of like
God damn, I forgot you're from Road.
people like. I guess what I'm trying to get at, like what I know that the writers are like known for somebody coming to them and saying, "Hey, don't talk about this," and they don't talk about it.
Crown influences
Like,
what they
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
They're called bogs.
I would say you don't.
Like it's like
It's not explicitly known.
You're
It's like
reading conservative media. That's why that's like
it's like it's a semi widely accepted conspiracy theory.
okay.
People talk about exactly. Really though.
Exactly.
It is along those lines of it is a
Sean Hannity shit.
it is a large publication. Even though it is the Rote Tribune, issues of this newspaper do make their way to other cities because it is the capital city of Breland.
It's Brightport.
Okay, we all live in Greenwood, right?
Straight.
But quite a few people get the Indianapolis Star.
Right.
Right, we don't live there, but we still get news.
It was,
Similar
I live
concept.
there.
Huh?
you know, no, it was written by Tucker Carlson.
I only
Yeah.
get
But
the news on Parliament.
It's not really a known fact that oh god the Rote Tribune's biased and they only write with the Crown once. It's more of a things have happened in the past that have led the populace to believe that sometimes the Crown is just like we're not going to write about that. But for the most part, people like and trust the Tribune.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
a widely used and widely accepted source of information.
I just know that they sometimes tend to hush or keep things
I
hush.
will say that you specifically do know that in your life living in Rote, The city itself is damn near a police state. Rote doesn't have crime because crime is swiftly and severely punished. The city doesn't have homeless because if someone is found to be homeless, they are quietly and quickly removed.
Super cool to the home.
So it honestly doesn't surprise you to hear that such a public and visceral display of dissent against the crown
Just
is
kind of brush
being
under a rug.
staged.
Yeah.
Because it makes the crown look bad, it makes the nation look bad, and with how widespread the Rote Tribune gets,
They're more worried about
they're worried about public image.
Yeah.
They're worried about people losing faith in it, and that's not what they want, especially in today's political climate. Yes, the war has been over for 4 years, but the official treaty was signed 2 years ago. Yes, the war is over. We are in a time of peace. All of the nations still maintain standing armies.
Yes.
There is still tension. There are still very extreme security of border crossings. All of the nations are 100% prepared for war to break out right now. And so the idea...
Anybody's looking for weakness.
Exactly. The idea of a newspaper publication spreading around Corvair stating at the funeral of a noble there was a massive public demonstration of dissent against the crown just oozes weakness.
Yeah.
And especially considering King Boronel was one of the most vocal proponents of the Treaty of Thronehold. It was actually mostly his responsibility for getting all of the other leaders to actually sit down at the table and sign the document. For his nation to have dissent, that's unacceptable. So, you're not surprised, but at the same time, you're almost kind of numb to it. A few moments go by as you guys are all sort of talking and chatting. And eventually, your mother and sister enter the room. Your mother is in much brighter clothing than she was wearing the day before with the funeral garb. She's in much more flamboyant, colorful clothing. You can see her eyeshadow and the rouge she has on her cheeks is very subtly changing colors. Again, gaudy jewelry. Her hair's all done up in almost like the beehive style. And you can see she's got a very nice, like, jeweled hairband and long, dangly earrings. And you can actually see right where the earrings meet her earlobes, there's like these, like, the size of a nickel emeralds mounted right there. And they are almost the exact same shade as her eyes. And of course, little Anrabe right next to her is in a like a simple child's dress. It is early spring, mid-spring, give or take. So it's very much like a Shirley Temple dress, right? You know, simple blues and whites. Yes. She's got her hair up in two little pigtails. And you can see she has just a little bit of eyeshadow, very similar to her mother's, but no other makeup beyond that. And they enter the room, and Andre immediately runs over to you and is just like gives you a hug and is just like right next to you. But Madeline looks at all of you and goes like, "Assume you all slept well last night?"
Thank you, yes, for your hospitality.
Of course it is.
Yes, thank you.
Our pleasure. Those rooms sit empty all the time, and I spent so much of your father's money decorating them. I'm glad someone got to enjoy it. Well, Velash told me last night that you all won't be staying long. So I'm sad to see you all go, but I want to extend our continued hospitality. If you ever find yourselves in Rote again and in need of a place to stay, or a hot meal, a warm bed, you are always welcome here. Any friend of Vale's is part of our family. Unfortunately, your father Moreland is already at the castle.
Just start picking shit up and be like,
An,
oh, thanks,
an
just
early
put stuff in my
an
pockets.
early meeting was called. Baron Treleve himself came and woke your father this morning, so
Not surprising.
he probably won't be back until well after dark this evening. But yes, if there's anything we can do for you, please do not hesitate. But if your travels take you outside of the city today and we don't see you anymore, I bid you all farewell and safe travels.
Thank you, and we will make sure that, I'll kind of giggle when I say his full name, Valish visits more.
And she sort of chuckles a little bit and just sort of winks at you and is like, he likes to find trouble.
Really?
Yeah.
And she just sort of glares. Be careful. I am off to my book club. Bye.
Thank you.
And she turns around.
Tell
and walks out
Oprah
the door.
hi.
Thank you, my lady.
She turns around and leaves. Ambra's still there.
I forgot you guys didn't get a chance to meet Honor last night. She kind of came in after we had all gone to bed. So this is my younger sister.
And she sort of just like looks at all of you, and then her eyes land on V and just go.
And V just goes like a dog.
And then she stands back across the group, and her eyes land on you.
Hi. I'm Ryn.
Hi. And she's 8, 9 years old, so she's a couple years younger than you. You're all adventurers?
We are.
We are?
Yes. We have a name, Rynny and the
An
Jets.
adventure, eh?
That's our
V
band.
literally imitates Rynny.
We've
Goes,
been on adventures.
Yeah, that's our band name.
It's our adventuring name, too. You
We're
give
a
it-
fun
At
band of
this
adventurers.
point, we're adventurers.
Good point.
Yeah, this will.
Under
this
my
will
breath, I just
explain
said Gunther's fighter.
Oh. What? You told Mother and Father that you were only going to be gone for like 2 weeks. Where
Didn't
were
tell
you?
them a lot of things.
Where did you go?
I mean,
Do
you
you have
know,
any stories?
There are games on your phone.
far too many for right now.
Surely enough for one.
You
Jet
got
will,
Angry Birds.
Yeah.
You got Angry Birds.
kick with your hand.
Jet will actually pull out a pipe. Do you mind?
Offering it to her?
My
No,
mom
no,
doesn't
no,
like
no.
it in the house very much.
Then outside.
And Anra looks at you and goes, and she sort of like steps back out in the hallway and leans back. She's gone.
Outside's fine. It's more fun that way.
She can notice everything. We can step outside.
And Anra sort of just like steps out of the room and just like skips to the back door.
Jet will go as well. Once they're outside, he'll light his pipe and cast kind of that homebrew spell. I don't know if we have a name for it yet.
I will let you.
Didn't think I got to use it this early, so
Yeah, you create your own name.
cool.
This is your spell.
I would like to be able to do that.
Cool cat.
In the future when I don't have to put on spot.
Totally
But
fine.
go back to that tree where we were sitting under earlier.
Okay.
Just sit down, light the pipe, and as
So you all sort of gather around this large fruit tree that is just beginning to sprout the tiniest little beginnings of the fruit that will be harvested later this year. You all gather around, and Jet takes a seat right up against with his back to the tree and sort of clears a little bit of space and packs the pipe and sits there and he lights it and takes a puff and begins to cast an incantation.
Yep, and he will weave the tale of them kind of coming across this strange, the war machine thing, and
Okay.
basically
The creation
describe
forge thing.
yes,
Yeah.
but leave kind of some of that out to where they find V.
Making it PG.
Yes, very much
Yes.
PG, child friendly. Like
So you all
Not
we didn't have a flesh
Not-
monster that we fought.
Not Delcarin that disappeared with one.
You
Nope.
you all sit there and And Jet lights the pipe and begins to puff on it, and he gets it nice and cherried and sits there and starts to cast this incantation. And as he finishes the incantation, he exhales this large cloud of smoke, and you watch as instead of it rising up into the air like it typically does, it actually sort of settles in this little circle that you all have formed in the grass. And he sits there, and as he begins to weave this tale of you all arriving at Tower Valiant and taking your mission and delving through the battlefield and the woods and the swamp and discovering this dilapidated war machine, he begins to reach into the smoke and, almost like a puppet master, begins to pull shapes and figures out of the smoke. And as he tells this tale, the figures move and interact. And you watch as a group of 6 figures stand up, rise out of the smoke, and begin to proceed through what look like trees. And there's a flurry of combat. And then they all continue on into this large, tilted war machine. And you see images of diving underwater into locked rooms. You see exploring dark corners. And then everyone stumbling across a smoke figure that is larger than the rest. And he weaves this tale and completes it with, and that's how we added our friend V to the group. And as he does that, he sort of pushes his hand through the smoke, and it all drifts up into the air.
The bastard.
As he does, he'll just kind of smile a little bit.
The entire time, Enrive is just like awestruck at this story, and
he will embellish a little bit to make Vale look awesome and all that. He's the center of the story, really.
And
He's side flipping like Tomb Raider.
Yep.
She stops and looks at you and goes, "Mother says we shouldn't smoke, but I want to do that."
Okay, that was not the moral of the story that I thought I was giving.
That was so cool.
This is a special pipe. It's not like other ones.
That's what Father says when he smokes his pipe at night.
Yeah, not that kind of special.
This one's magic. You know.
That's what he also father said.
Well,
That's what Father says.
Yeah.
He said it makes you feel funny.
This one does not make you feel funny. This one just allows you to play with the smoke, kind of like I did, and tell stories.
Next time you go on an adventure, I want
missed
one of
that,
those.
Oh god damn it!
I mean, how about when you get older?
Just put up music.
I know,
Just been
but
staring
Mother
at it,
would
just like,
kill me if I let you pick up a bad habit.
have you used it?
Mm-hmm.
No,
That's
and
why
I'll
I don't let you
Oh yeah,
drink
no,
either.
you used it.
I'll just,
for
I'll
full
take,
story.
I just slap me in the back of it. I was like, no Vale, one with bubbles.
They make those.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for a pipe with bubbles. Will that make you feel better?
Touch my pipe.
I don't know what all shapes you can make with the bubbles, but we'll see what we can.
I like that.
Mother said you're leaving soon.
Yeah, we're.
You just get back and you leave already.
Well, we have pressing matters in Sean.
Everybody has pressing matters in Sean.
I mean, it's big enough to house everybody, so. I would say when you're older, but I know you're tired of hearing that.
Bring her along. Rin's over here.
No.
And she just sort of like
Thank you.
looks at you and is like,
It's fine. Go pack a bag.
Mother would kill me and you.
I think your mother would kill all of us,
Yeah.
except for maybe Ryn. But
Then I
That's
just
true.
"Yeah, I just got done being grounded, so."
What'd you get grounded for this time?
drugs, yo.
smoking a pipe in the house.
I may or may not have
With the leg around fire.
hidden Matthias' shoes. 3 days. Matthias was in the house without shoes. and she just sort of like looks around and looks behind.
That's my girl.
That's damn impressive, actually.
Yeah, you think Matthias is sneaky. This one's starting to learn pretty quickly.
You should put his shoes inside your bag of holding. He'll never find them.
So,
At this point,
don't give her ideas.
almost like his ears were burning, you hear the back door to the house open, and Matthias steps out and he goes, "En reve, it's time for school. Let's go." And she's just, and you immediately see the.
Okay.
Will you be here when I get back?
Why are you looking at me?
Trying to see what kind of a time frame are we?
It's not the chat.
looking at?
It's not steroids.
Time frame? Are you looking to head on your way?
We've talked about a lot. I already forget. How many days?
We have 3 days till we have to
be
be.
there.
Well,
Have to-
technically we have 4 days, so we have to be there. But
Because
like,
it's still early.
we're
in
part
the
way
morning.
through one of those days. So
So
there's
here's the
3
other thing,
days.
You have
So
4
we have
days that you
20
can travel. On the 5th day, you have to be there.
And
That's
there's
the
a
day before the
20-hour
flight.
travel.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 20 hours.
So we
20
technically
20 hours
have
by
2 days.
20 hours by lightning rail, or you can always attempt to charter a airship, and an airship is
That did not go well.
No,
last
we already did that once.
sub a day. I mean, technically,
We're still on contract.
technically, you all paid for transit from Fairhaven
I didn't
to
get it.
Sharn above the Cloudbreaker, and your journey has not been completed. The Cloudbreaker is at the spire.
Jet
You are
basis.
welcome to attempt to get back on the Cloudbreaker, but again, none of you were around last night, but you noticed it was probably under repair, so who knows how long till it departs. It also didn't sustain serious damage, and it obviously made its way from wherever you were to
Yeah.
here, so it's not like it's inoperable. There's multiple options in terms of transit. It just depends on what you guys want to do.
My thing is, with this group, we always seem to find trouble.
In the
I
air.
would not recommend leaving too late. We should give ourselves time plus 20 hours for travel. Last time we were traveling, we were supposed to be there in a few hours, maybe, by airship.
Those few days.
Few days.
It was
yeah.
it was a 3-day transit.
We were 2
On
days
the
in, right?
on the end of the second day
Yep.
was when you would arrive at Rote, overnight in Rote, leave the following morning for Sharn.
Although
Arrive in
it-
Sharn on the 3rd day.
It could be argued we made better time.
Technically, we made it there before that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because technically,
Technically.
you arrived before the Cloudbreaker.
This isn't Star Trek Voyager. Taking wormholes.
If you leave on the Cloudbreaker, who knows when they will be able to depart? You very well might be able to catch transit on another airship. There are, with the proximity of Rote and Sharn, it is quite common for airships to travel back and forth in the same day. You might be able to get travel on another airship. It might not be as comfortable as the Cloudbreaker, but it's possible. Or you can go in the evening on one of the lightning rails and arrive the next afternoon.
I don't know if you remember this. This was 18 sessions ago. Didn't I run out of road? Isn't that where I left and then met up with everyone on the lightning rail headed to
No,
where we were headed?
Mm-mm.
I swear I thought we said it was road.
it's not.
Okay, okay.
You were
You
you were
remember
much
if you would
farther
have
north.
wrote it down.
Should have. Oh, I actually did.
You were
There you
much
go.
farther north.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just remember I stole a book from some city and just like fled the city.
That
Yeah.
was not.
No, we were in
That,
Brain.
if
was-
I'm not
we were in Brain, I
mistaken,
think.
is
Necronomicon?
gonna be Thalios.
I was gonna say, I thought it was Thalia.
That
Yeah.
sounds right. That sounds right. That's it. That's
Let
it.
me double check.
that's
I
It
should
is.
have-
I was gonna say I've got notes here.
That's where
but
Jet and I.
Yep.
Nope,
That sounds
wrong
about
one.
right.
Anything written down?
Dodge.
I was gonna say I took like
Everybody's
heavy notes the
dodging
first couple
Thalios.
sessions.
Well, it's in Brain, I think, isn't it? So.
Thalios?
Yeah, isn't
It
it?
is
So,
currently
yep.
a part of Thrain. There are, and again, I'm just filling this in because this is general cultural knowledge.
I lied. I did not
Um,
take notes.
Thalios used to be a part of Ondair. With the signing of the Treaty of Thronehold, when the borders were redrawn, Thalios was assigned to Thrain. And there are still lots of people pissed off about that. Ondair says that Thalios is theirs. Thrain says it's theirs. The people that live in Thalios still want to be a part of Ondair, because that's their culture and their heritage, and that's what the city is built around. I mean, the city is part of Thrain, but still bears on Darien iconography. So there's a lot of... That is a very, very tense point between those two nations.
So you guys are all trying to get the fuck out of Taiwan.
Yes.
We're going to Taiwan.
Taiwan number one.
No, Taiwan number one.
My thought though
So-
is that
So good.
I'm just saying that we shouldn't spend too long.
So to be honest, well, this is your home. It's your fight. I'm leaving it more to you. Both of you decide when you would like to leave and when you
How
would like
about
to
this?
get there.
I will
direction
try to
is
see
Lady
you again before
Bowl.
we leave. I just don't want to make any promises I can't
No.
keep.
Okay. Well, bye, I guess. And just gives you a big hug and holds on to it for a little bit longer than normal. And then lets go and just looks at all of you and is just like, bye! And turns around and runs into the house. And as she does, Matthias walks in the door behind her.
I apologize. I did not mean to become a smoking ad for your sister.
She's got worse influences in her life. Smoking's
Jet
not
Camel.
that bad.
Yeah, didn't expect that. Didn't mean that at all.
Jet cool.
Yeah, no. I just it's a fun thing.
As far as I've heard, I know you guys want to, you have to visit the estate of Lord Rukin.
Yes.
Vale, there is a shop that you want to go to.
Yep.
Zareth has approached me about some shopping. Is there anything else that people want to do? I know you all as a group need to establish a form of transportation.
Yes.
I think we all met by Lightning Rail. We should continue on
I
that.
mean, well, I'm sorry. What was the captain of the Stormbreakers?
Baz.
Baz. I mean, I would suggest to Gunther perhaps trying to get in contact with Captain Baz and see what the condition of the Stormbreaker is, and see if
Cloudbreaker.
Cloudbreaker.
What is Stormbreaker? That's a thing.
That's the axe.
That's the axe from. That's Thor's axe from.
That's right.
Oh.
Sorry. I was like, that's a thing now.
And see if
It's also a
you know. Oh crap! I'm going to forget the name of that. It wasn't Ratchet. It was
Clank.
Sprocket.
Sprocket.
Chief Sprocket got back on the Cloudbreaker. So I would throw that
Well, that
information out. If we're going to meander around the city, at least perhaps just a short detour, talk to Captain Baz and see if everyone made it back okay.
Baz may want to know we made it alright.
Be the
Zareth, were you trying to actually roleplay the shopping, or were you just trying to
That was
hand wave acquire items?
correct.
Okay.
So, here's my question: If
Oh,
we're,
here's my other
if
thing I
we're
need to
trying
text
to
you.
find
That we may need to do. Wave magic
transport,
thing.
some of us need to go shopping. Do we want to split up a little
Let's
bit?
split up,
Make this
gang.
a little more.
Split the party. Split the party.
Yeah.
Split the party. Split the party.
Split the
I
party.
just
Party,
now that
make
I've
the
seen it, I
party.
can say I just see a Nick offer and be like slash it,
Yes.
slash it.
Okay. So which? Yes, sir.
Jet wants to check in with Vale.
Yep.
And check in with Gunther before everyone breaks off, but that can be whenever.
Okay. We can move into that a little bit later.
Yep, I just want to let you
Once
know.
we figure out what's going on with
Yep,
this.
I just
So,
want to let you know that
who
is
all is
on.
going shopping?
Who all wants to go shopping with me?
I am going. I will go.
Are the choices Cloudbreaker and shopping?
Yes.
Pretty much. I'm assuming you all are going to reconvene at some point to deliver the letter.
Yes, so Cloudbreaker, because
Or
you're
do we
going to
want to
see
do
Captain
free
Bass.
splits?
Or are you thinking shopping?
Oh, no, Cloudbreaker.
I was gonna say, like, V kind of wants to do shopping, but he looks at Ren like, almost like permission, like.
Enjoy.
V's coming with us.
I immediately reach out and take his hand. Just like, let's go.
I will gently touch V's shoulder. Watch out for them, will you? I've got Ren.
And V will take that absolutely serious.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Make sure they don't do anything stupid.
But you know them too.
Make sure they don't do anything stupid.
This is like when you were
Yeah.
put in charge of me and Skiz and were told the babies
Oh,
us.
oh God.
All right, so we have
So-
Vale, V, and Zareth going shopping. We have Jet,
That's Team Chaos.
Gunther.
Yep.
Yes.
We have Jet, Gunther, and Rin going to
Chaos
secure
Rain.
transport.
Exactly that.
Yep.
Like Chaos Rain.
Transportation.
Just jerking off.
Yep.
I'm gonna roll odds. We go shopping. Evens we do transport first. I landed it right in the middle of the money. It's a 12. We are doing transportation first. So I'm gonna ask you guys: are you making your way to a
Downtown.
lightning rail station or the airship spire first?
Cloudbreaker first.
Yeah, it makes sense
Thanks.
to talk to Baz
Yes.
first.
Okay.
Before we
Before
down.
leave. Yeah.
You depart the home, seeking a little bit of guidance from Matthias first, because most of you are unfamiliar with this city. You follow his directions and proceed your way off of the central fortified island of the city of Rote, through the winding streets towards the large airship spire that dominates the southern edge of the city. You approach, and very similar to the airship spire in Fairhaven, there's a lobby at the base of it that you enter. It is only like 4 or 5 people inside. Most of them look like airship staff workers. There's not like a family sitting there with luggage about to go on vacation or anything like that. And you can see a middle-aged fellow sitting behind the counter, very similar to where you met the older lady that gave you your tickets to the Cloudbreaker. He is sitting behind a desk off to the side. And as you all enter the room, little bell above the door. Ding, 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 ding,
Just like that?
Huh?
My watch made it.
Very
real
close,
stuff.
actually.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
like the perfect timer.
No, so obviously we had our tickets.
Mhm.
Would we still have the stuff? Like, would we have proof of purchase to be like, hey, we're going back to the ship,
Yeah.
Like a movie
quote
ticket kind of
unquote?
Yeah.
Okay, I just don't know how that would work
Yeah.
or not.
You still have
Okay.
your tickets. You still have your ticket stubs. So do you guys approach the person at the desk, or you just go up?
I was gonna say, would Gunther take the lead, or would you let Jet?
I mean, I've ridden these airships a decent. I've traveled them, so I'm assuming I would know that I could just. I have my
Yeah.
voucher.
So you walk up to the rear doors from where you entered, and there's a single attendant standing there. And as you approach, he's just like, tickets?
Pull mine out of my.
Jet will pull out his and Ren's.
Oh, returning passengers. This way. And he opens the door, and he opens the door into a perfectly circular chamber. Nothing on the walls, nothing on the floor.
Is this different from what we experienced before?
It's nicer.
Oh, okay. I just
Wait.
wanted to make sure this wasn't.
The elevator you took in Fairhaven was a chain and pulley system. This one, there does not appear to be any chains. any
Okay,
pulleys.
that's what I was
This
wondering.
is like the elevator in Sean. Yeah. Okay. I'm
Okay,
coming
so
up.
I,
So
be good.
you
Well-
all watch as Gunther just doop, 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 steps on. You're familiar with it. Doop, 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 right on.
Wait, he knows too.
yep.
He's traveled through Charn.
Okay. Okay. So we both. But
He'd take Ren's hand, you know, if she was nervous or whatever.
opening into another tube.
And so
Yeah, I
you step
figured.
into this perfectly spherical chamber, and as you do, the doors shut behind you, and all of a sudden the floor beneath you just and begins to slowly rise and rise. And you have to ride it for about 3 minutes to get to the top.
Holy cow, that's a slow moving elevator.
Yep.
It is. But it's a large
Is this the
elevator. You
elevator
gather
from-
this is probably like as well as moving passengers, it's probably a freight elevator too.
Is this the elevator from the first Mass Effect?
Yes.
So as you start going up, everything loads in.
That's a
Here,
slow
Yeah.
elevator.
You get to the top, and it opens out onto a large balcony that actually encircles the entire top of this spire. You have to navigate your way around a little bit, but you do find the berth that the Cloudbreaker is docked on. You can see a flurry of activity. Many different people, Warforged, running around carrying materials to and from. You can hear the banging of hammers. You even see a couple mage rights standing over there, sort of with their incantations and their magic, actually moving some materials into place and seating some planks of wood and fixing some of the damage, and you actually see that the front, the starboard side bow of the ship, there's probably a 15-foot hole and a small gash down the side of the ship that runs about a third of the length of the vessel. And it looks like, from your perspective, they're probably a quarter to a third of the way through repairs.
Is Sprocket amongst the crowd or the flurry of activity?
Make a perception check.
First roll of the night. +4. 17.
10. Wait, do I even have a +1 to perception? I think
15.
You don't see him.
13. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't see him amongst the people on the dock.
Okay, so I'm going to keep a lookout for him or Bolt.
Okay. I assume you guys proceed onto the ship.
Yep.
You move right onto the ship. It takes you a moment, but you find Captain Baz standing at the front of the ship, basically right at the railing, like looking down over and sort of basically overseeing, literally, the repairs to his vessel. Again, olive-complected skin, billowing white shirt, sleeves rolled up to like a third sleeve, black pants, knee-high leather boots that are laced up very tight. You can see a small dagger stuck inside one of the boots. Again, the long, dark brown hair pulled up in a high ponytail stuck behind him.
I feel like Jack Black and Jumanji. That's
Big-
a man right there.
Big bushy beard, and you can see him up there just basically giving orders and directing the flow of the repair cycle. You guys approach?
Yeah.
Follow Gunther's
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah,
Yeah.
Jet would allow Gunther, this is his friend, so.
How do you approach?
So I'm gonna start. So is he facing us or is he like?
Back to you.
All right.
I feel like you're gonna mess with him.
Back. Okay, so if his back's to me, I'm gonna pull my pack, find a little cup. You see me pull out that bottle he gave me. There's still a quarter of it left.
Yeah.
I pour a drink, and he's like shouting at people or whatever. I'm gonna walk up behind him, and I'm just like, slap him on the back for you, sir. That's all I'm gonna say, and just shove it in front of
And
him.
he sort of jumps a little bit and turns around and looks at you, and at first he's confused, and then you see him, his eyes sort of glance behind you and see Jet and Ryn, and you see that just shock and surprise, and he's like, where? How?
You just
You're
kind of.
alive! And he just like claps you on the shoulder and is like, thank you. Downs it.
Let's
Taco out.
take a swig with him.
Yeah, we thought the island just disappeared. Where did you? How did you get here?
Gunther had tussle with magic planes. Crazy.
What the fuck?
You kind of hear from the back at this point.
Yeah.
Is Sprocket okay?
Yeah, he's below decks, overseeing repairs from the inside. Yeah. What happened?
I'm just actually gonna be like, Gunther are not man of many words.
Whoa! That's up to me, of course.
So we'll just hand wave this.
Yeah, well, I was
You
gonna
spend a
say,
few minutes explaining everything that transpired, and he's just
don't let me tell you a story, I'm not forget out my pipe.
No.
Just kidding.
he sits there and listens and observes.
Just kidding, Jet would just explain
And
it.
he's like, "That's
His pipe's like a holophone.
I'm
Yes.
I'm glad to see you all alive." And when Sprocket returned and you weren't with him, he said you were going deeper, and then
Nice.
the island shifted again, and we waited, but it never came back. And so we thought you all lost.
Oh, I think
Where's the rest of your party?
Oh, they're around there shopping en route. But yeah, no, we all made it. We were a little bit worried, I think, there for a bit, but honestly, glad to see you all are all right.
It's good that Captain Baz and the Cloudbreaker maintain that perfect record. I was very concerned about having to report to home base that we had lost passengers.
I imagine that would have been very problematic.
They would not have been happy.
But
So,
not lost. Here.
it's fantastic. Are you all here to resume your journey?
Well, we were curious. It does appear the ship is a bit damaged. How long will repairs take?
He sort of like looks over and like looks at the damage and how the work's proceeding, and you hear him yell down. He's like, "Sprocket, status!" And you very faintly hear a voice, "Working on it." And he turns around and he's like, repairs will probably be done sometime during this coming night. I expect us to probably be able to depart on the morrow.
Does that work?
I know you all are under a bit of a time crunch, so if that doesn't work, I'm sure there's other forms of transit you can acquire. But if you wish to continue your journey with us, we'd be happy to have you.
Just kind of silently look to Gunter.
Yeah.
That works on his schedule.
Works for Gunter. Give time plenty for other activities.
Yes, we've got a couple things we wanted to wrap up here, actually, so it's good to hear we've got at least another night.
Oh, this. And he sort of like slaps the rail. He's like, "Yes, she ain't going anywhere for a while. We'll be here till at least tomorrow."
Understood. I don't think that will be an issue. Just, again, we were curious. Wanted to touch base, make sure you all were doing well.
I'm not sure when we're going to depart, but I would just recommend being here at sunrise. If the repairs proceed as planned, we will probably leave around then. So if you wish to join us, be here at sunrise. If you're not here, I will just presume that you found other forms of transit and have begun your journey to Sean.
I think that's fair enough. If we need to adjust our schedule, we can do so accordingly. Talk to Vale, make sure that fits with his timetable.
Are you just sitting there just like cheesing at him?
Yeah, just like
he keeps he keeps
moon-eyed.
glancing at you and like awkwardly looking back at Jet and like not being obvious, but you can see him occasionally just look and he's like, and
Jet will give him a little bit of like a,
and he just like,
and then also like a, don't touch it kind of look.
Like little hearts are just
Yep.
floating off of her.
your
It's-
pupils are little hearts,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jet's
Total-
expression.
little anime.
Total anime.
Oh yeah, Jet's expression is a mix of protective, like
And I'm sorry.
big brother, and sorry. Yeah, it's a mix of both.
Well, it's been
Well,
Great.
Since you looked at me.
to see you all. This has lifted quite a weight off my shoulders. I was dreading having to file that report. But I look forward to seeing you in the morning.
Sounds good to me. Shall we off? Find our group.
And he just he nods to both of you and then just looks at you and is just like,
Bye. And I just kind of let my hand this way.
and he just like quickly turns around and gets back to work.
And Jet
Jet-
probably has to like yank her by
Yep.
the arm to shake her.
And
out
I
of
think
it.
it's at this moment Jet's just going, fuck, I'm gonna have to talk to her about, I'm gonna have to have the talk.
Leon the professional.
Fuck.
So, Grand Theft Auto style, the camera pans out. Swings to another part of the city.
It's a redneck in his underwear beating up a.
Pretty much. No. So,
Told
at
you
this
not to
point,
fuck
we
my
find
phone.
Vale, Zareth, and
It's
V
like, oh shit, sorry.
proceeding throughout the city. Vale, are you going on your shopping first? Are you taking care of Zareth's first?
We can take care of Zaris first. That's fine.
Shopping montage.
Just say, I just realized Jet has my money.
So
Start
with
and then by the
You're
time
going
we get
shopping. You would have known to get your money from.
Or I was gonna say by the time we get to
Would
him, Jet
he?
can have come back. I'll say because I don't know if V would have. By the time they're
Well,
looking
I
for
guess-
us,
How-
so I'm
how-
saying-
how about-
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out in game.
so
Okay.
Be right as there.
as you sort of
He's asking you.
you proceed into a general market area.
Yeah.
And
What kind of stuff are you looking for?
Did everybody go pee? I don't want to stay. I mean,
are you trying to break off from the group and go shopping on your own? If you want, you can very easily in this general market space. You can say, "I have some things to grab. I will be back in 10 minutes."
I gotta grab some magic components. I will be back, and then I
Okay.
will
It's
disappear.
Well, I mean, like-
it's dildos.
Are you going to a magic shop?
Maybe
Because
I'm gonna be.
planning on going to a magic shop.
It's fine. I'll catch back up.
Okay.
I mean, it's
You-
a magic shop. Where
You
can
break
get
off. You acquire all of the items
Just swear
except
to
the
God
one
with
we
fedora
talked
running
about.
it.
Yes.
They issue you a 3-week delivery date.
Is that a
And-
magic delivery? How would that work?
You
You'd
basically
find me.
said
In 3 weeks,
you
you have to come
basically
back.
said, "Hi, I want this thing completed, and if I'm not around to collect it, send it to this address." And you gave them the address of Vale's family home.
Okay.
Because his
Because it's
mother,
like the
his mother obviously said, "If you need anything, come here." So you just sort of took the liberty of, "Hey, if I'm not here to get it,
This is my new address.
if I'm not here to get it, deliver it to this address."
Okay.
And they'll hold on to it.
Perfect.
My family will know not to go through shit that's not subscribed to them.
I will say it does consume what you have left of your money,
Perfect.
and it all the person that you commission this item from does state that there will be a 250 gold fee upon delivery because what you have cannot cover the full cost of the item.
Sorry, that was sorry.
Okay.
Choking on dick.
A few moments pass, and Zareth returns to the group with a slightly larger backpack on his.
Did you get a bag of holding?
Cool.
Huh?
Did you get a bag of
No, I did not.
No, I was gonna say while he was doing that, I would have gone to a like a magic shop. I'm not looking for anything too ridiculous. I'm looking for an uncommon item.
Okay, so you meander your way through the general market space, and as you do, you go to the magic shop that has been here for quite a long time. Small, nondescript building. It is. There's a sign hanging over the door that says "Silver Squall Specialty Supplies."
Okay.
And you push into the store. There is an elderly, not elderly, older middle-aged woman sitting behind the desk. You can see she has small, like half spectacles sitting on the bridge of her nose, sort of like thin, reedy, white, like gray and white hair, pulled up in sort of a loose, messy bun. She's wearing like a very simple green dress with a small white apron over the front. And she's just sort of like, she has what appears to be like a ledger in front of her, and you can see she's just sort of sitting there just peering through the glasses on the edge of her nose and just writing in the ledger. And as you all enter the shop, she sort of looks up at you and blinks a couple times, and she goes, "Hello?
Hi.
What can I do for you?"
Well, I've been in this shop, but it's been quite some time. I know you've had them before, but I'm looking for a couple of sending stones.
Let me see. I might have some. And she sort of like hops off of the stool she's sitting on, and she's a lot shorter than you thought. Like she was sitting at the table, and like basically like we're sitting right now, where the counter is the table height, and she was writing in the ledger, and she hops down, and you notice at this point she's a half.
Oh, okay.
She reminds me of the.
And so, from your guys' perspective, all you see is her head above the counter,
Just that messy bun. Just
as she walks around and disappears into a back room. you all are left to your own devices for a few minutes. As you sort of look around the room,
while she's leaving,
you can see there's some fine clothing stretched on mannequins along one wall, sort of positioned against like one of the front windows. You can see a few like sealed, like small chests on shelves behind the counter. There's some other scattered items, but nothing that really is like, ooh, what's that?
Yeah.
A few moments pass, and she returns with a box a little bit smaller than the ones on the shelves behind the counter, and she sets it up on the counter, and then climbs back into her stool and sits back down, slides it across the table, and click, opens it up, and she goes, well, what's going on 10 minutes ago? Unfortunately, House Civis came and sort of cleaned me out. So,
Which way to go?
and she keeps rummaging through, and you can hear items like smashing against each other and clattering around. And she's like, I don't actually.
I'm gonna give him a. Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
both
don't
of them.
have any sending stones. I do have a speaking stone. That's a lot pricier.
What's a speaking stone?
Sending stones are message cast between the two stones over a vast distance.
Yeah.
Still like Ryn has.
A speaking stone is a magic item that casts sending.
Oh.
So it does not have a paired stone.
So you can just go to.
You basically use the item, focus on who you want to talk to, and then you talk.
Okay.
Speaking stones are widely used only by House Civis. They maintain a network of speaking stones because House Civis is the communications house.
Basically, it's like a sending stone, but like
With
you
an
don't
open
have.
receiver.
So it's not a walkie-talkie; it's a cell phone.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Like I said, it's a little pricey. The one stone is 1,500 gold. But it's because House Civis insists on the tariffs, because they sort of, that's like their thing.
1,500 gold.
They are greedy little bastards.
Oh, is your family loaded?
I was gonna say my family's loaded. Hold on one second. I'm gonna look
Yeah, just rummage through your mom's jewelry box.
real quick. Right. No. Well, 1,500.
What's he trying to pay?
So he's looking for a sending
So you
stone.
don't-
or-
I'm looking for sending stones, but they don't have any sending stones. But they have a speaking stone. But a speaking stone is 1,500.
Cool.
So you know the sending
Uh,
stones that Ryn has.
Yeah.
You can do that, but to anyone.
So instead of
doesn't
me-
need a counter.
The other person doesn't need to have one.
Oh wow.
So instead of walkie-talkie where one goes to the other, it's like a cell phone where it goes to whoever you feel like calling.
If they don't have a cell phone.
How many minutes do you get a month though?
Like you could
Right.
I
Yeah,
will
that's fair.
clarify. You do have to be familiar
Correct.
with the person you're trying to contact. You
Yes.
have to have met them. You have to know them. You can't just.
Is it free on
If you've never met
nights and
King
weekends?
Boreal,
No, there's
you
rubbish,
won't be
I
able
guess.
to just
Send it to
talk
me.
to him.
Holy
Yeah,
fuck!
obviously.
But
knowing
you
charges?
do know?
Anybody you
No, I said, do you know who you do know?
I don't know.
know. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Shit gonna get real.
But we already have somebody in the party that can already cast sending anyway. But
We'll be calling Dalcrin on this motherfucker.
oh, down. 1,500 gold's a little steep with what I have on me right now. I will say I'm about to go on a mission of grave importance for House Madani. I mean, I'm Velash de Madani. They're sending me out on a errand, and I kind of need this. Would you be able to just put it on my father Moreland's tab?
Oh Jesus!
And she sort of straightens up a little bit
Oh God!
and like
I mean, feel free to add a tip on for yourself.
leans onto the counter and looks at you.
And a $250 gold right on for Zara.
Do you have a writ of purchase from the Baron? Well, magic supplies in the city are only allowed to be distributed to... Sorry. Magic items in the city are only allowed to be purchased using house funds.
Take off your shirt.
If we
show
have
them the
a
sign.
signed writ of purchase. I'm not doubting
No,
your
no.
lineage. I'm just
I understand.
protecting my own business.
Yeah, I understand. I just didn't expect to have that on me.
Can I prestidigitate one?
Money?
No, writ. Cause that's just a piece of paper, isn't it?
You can't do that.
You can't prestidigitate. No,
Okay.
No,
You
no.
can't like apparate something.
No,
like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Prestidigitation is more like cleaning, and you can like generate a small flame, things like that. But it's not
Okay.
like
You're not like making shit.
no.
Okay.
See, I don't have it on me. I'm sorry.
Well,
What time do you close this evening?
sundown like every other
Yeah.
merchant.
Okay. Figured as much. Tell you what, I will go back to my house. Have my father write one up for me, and I'll be back momentarily, or not momentarily, but before close.
All right. I'm not going anywhere.
Mel's trying to use his family
Alright.
to get some magic shit.
V, was there anything you were needing in here?
Should probably jet
He
And Ryn.
was
the face of the
thinking
party.
and looking around, and he looks
Apparently
in
he
his,
got these
he like opens his
Yeah.
robe a little bit and sees he has
three
no
creatures.
money. He just shakes his head.
Face party.
Okay. I guess we will be on our way.
Have a nice day.
Thank you so much. I'll be back before the end of the day. So I will have a good day, and then we'll see you this evening.
Good luck storming the castle.
Okay.
Well, head out.
All right. Do you proceed on to the next shop you wish to visit?
Yes, the sex shop.
At this point in time, I will head to Helix's Legacy.
All right. It is 9:45 now. Do you guys want to go ahead and break for intermission?
I think it's a good idea.
And we'll come back and reconvene with them visiting Helix's Legacy, and we'll continue the session from there.
Yes, Benutos.
Fantastic. Let's go ahead and check the stream to BRB. It's 9:45. Let's take 15 minutes, guys. Reconvene at 10 o'clock. I'd like butts in seats at 10 o'clock, and let's get back into the game by 10:05.
Sounds like a plan.
Fair and square.
So
BRB and
All right, we are officially live and unmuted.
All right, guys. So,
Sodomy.
welcome back. Where we left off, a few of the party members, Jet, Gunther, and Ryn, had separated from the rest of the group and gone to secure some form of transportation to ensure that their journey to Sharn continued on schedule and on time, so that Gunther can make it there for his pit fight. The rest of the party broke off and went to do some shopping. Zareth breaking off on his own to do some quick personal shopping for some magical components. Vale and the rest of them, Vale and V, going into the Silver Squall Specialty Supplies magic store and talking with the middle-aged older woman that was working there, inquiring about speaking stones, but finding that she was fresh out due to House Civis coming in and claiming all of them. She did have a singular speaking stone, but it was quite pricey, and Vale attempted to use his family connections to purchase it, but the miserly old woman is a stickler for policy and would not allow the purchase to go off without the pre-approved writ of purchase. So, we now find ourselves with Vale, V, and Zareth progressing farther into the city. Vale beckons you all to follow him, as he has somewhere that he wishes to stop. And he says he wants to visit a shop called Helix's Legacy. And he mentions it's a merchant shop, but as you begin to follow him, he leaves the merchant district. And he proceeds to wind through the city streets and end up in a more... a more industrial part of town, dominated by, instead of residential buildings and shops, dominated more by warehouses and large production facilities. And as you're following him along, you're surrounded on these streets by the sounds of work, loud, the clanging of metal rings out in the streets as you pass forge after forge, and you pass a tannery that has fresh hides hanging from the front, and the smell is atrocious. You proceed farther on, and you can see textile production facilities, storage warehouses, some of them marked with the Gorgon for House Cannith, others marked with different symbols that most of you don't recognize. And then all of a sudden, Vale takes a sharp left and breaks down an alleyway. And it's a tight squeeze. And he keeps going down this dark alleyway as it sort of winds around a couple different buildings, intersects with another couple alleyways. And we're talking, these buildings on the side go up probably 40 feet and sort of choke out the sun above you all. And these alleys are dark, a little dank. There's stacks of barrels and crates lining that occasionally you have to like shuffle past to get by.
V is having a tight situation.
And you proceed down this alleyway for approximately a minute or two before. Oh no! Why did I do that? Sorry. Let me get this up to the right spot here. And you proceed to come to a nondescript wooden door with like a frosted glass panel on the front. And on the glass panel, you see very artistically written, painted on the window, you see a H and an L. And wrapped around it, almost like the double helix of DNA, but like swirling around it in like an infinity symbol. It honestly just looks like a back door. There's no signage, there's nothing that really clues you into this being a business. But without hesitation, Vale pushes the door open. And you hear the ding, 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 ding of the bell hanging above the door. And as you push your way into the shop, you are immediately confronted with this wall of dry heat. This building, whatever you have stepped into, is probably a solid 30 or 40 degrees warmer than it is outside. It's like you just stepped foot into the desert. It is hot, and as soon as you sort of recoil from the heat on your face, you immediately are confronted with the smell of sweat and quenched metal as it just permeates the air. You hear the repetitive ting, 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 echoing from farther within this building.
Just the blacksmith of Dark Souls.
As you proceed through this entryway, through a doorway that has sort of like a half cloth draped over it, Vale's acting like he's almost at home. And he just sort of like walks in and pushes his way in. And as you all follow, you emerge onto a large manufacturing floor. Probably 100 feet side to side, and probably 70 or 80 feet from where you've entered to the back wall. And you can see on opposite walls to your left and your right, you can see these massive forges with huge bellows next to them, all of them continuously and just stoking the flames inside these forges. And you can see the smoke slightly pouring out the front, but most of it going up through smokestacks that emerge through the ceiling and go farther up into the building. One on each side. These forges are probably 30 feet wide and stick about 15, 20 feet out from the walls. They are massive compared to the blacksmiths that you're used to seeing in the villages and towns that you're from. The center of the room has scattered tables and workbenches, all of them covered in different tools and nuts and bolts and screws and pieces of wood, processed and unprocessed. You can see lining the back wall there are stacks and stacks and stacks of barrels that are piled high with unrefined ore in them. But you can also see situated right next to them are pallets upon pallets of processed and refined ingots of some kind of metal, multiple kinds of metal. And again, you're greeted with that ping, ping, from farther into the room and just sort of off to the back. And at this point, you can see a short, stout individual leaning over an anvil, just boom, boom, hammering something on this anvil. And you see him take it and quench it in a bucket of water next to him. And without turning around to greet you all, he sort of moves to the side to the forge nearby and using a pair of long metal tongs, reaches in and pulls a cauldron, an iron crucible, out of the flames, and you can see the bottom of it is just glowing red with heat. And he spins it to his other side, and you can see a large, probably 2-foot cube on the floor. And he takes the crucible and holds it over the top and grabs another pair of tongs and tilts the crucible, and you can see molten metal pour out of this crucible into this mold as it fills. And it's at this moment that he sets the crucible to the side and turns around and looks at you. Would you describe how you look, please?
Yeah, you see this very pale, kind of very slick back, kind of balding, like hair of dark brown, hair. It's very greased up. He is also got this very like ferret tail kind of mustache that leads the kind of back around his face, and he's got this big curling beard, and he's very like. He smells like what I imagine a Jiffy would smell like,
Yes.
He's very dirty, very like there's like dark like melted rubbers and grease and oil on his. What almost appears to be like almost like a lab coat, but more like patched. And he's looking to you, and he says, "Unair interrupts my work."
I'm gonna go wait outside. I'm gonna just.
Dude, me, Vale.
He's got these wraparound like engineer goggles, and they're like very dark, non-translucent. And he lifts them up like this for a second, and he's got like these like yellow dark crusts on his eyes, and he can see crumbs falling. And he squints at you. Vale.
And
he
reach over.
He
arm and
holds you forth and gives you a great hug.
Absolutely.
How goes my finest work?
Dude, I cannot tell you how many times this thing has saved my ass.
The best damn detective in this city. What brings you back to Walt?
Well, honestly, we're just kind of stopping through for a little bit, but I mean, since I'm stopping in, I thought I might as well come over and see what you're up to.
Well, it's not me you want to be known about. I'd rather know about your travels. Tell me, how have the pistols fared?
Oh, you have no idea, and I'll proceed to tell him about the story with the, when we were at the Creation Forge and like getting the kill shot on every fucking thing in the session. It was amazing.
Pretty much.
But
Yeah.
and yeah,
Amazing.
yeah, and yeah, just one killing blow after one killing blow after one killing blow, and just how much they have saved my ass.
He looks to your friend over here.
Oh yeah,
You survived the war. War.
he's new.
And
He's a little young.
he's your friends.
Well, so
It's only,
at
it's
this
only,
point,
it's
it's just
only
these
them.
two
Yeah.
with us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just those three, yeah.
Yes, you are.
yeah. They're friends of mine. We've got a few others milling about the city right now. We've been staying with my parents while we've been back in town, but picked up a little band of adventurers while I was out and about. It's been pretty fun.
Adventurous, I presume.
Mm-hmm. Very.
You think after the war there'd be less detrimental travel about, but I imagine the lands untouched has left it quite, to say, wild.
Yeah. We've been running into a lot of stuff that we really weren't expecting, but we've managed to make it through every time. It works.
When's the last time I've seen you? Well, it's been several months, I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been months since I've been back this way, months since I've been here. I've been in Row a little more recently, but this has been the first time I've had an actual opportunity to stop in and see you for a little bit. How's it been? Business has been good, I see.
It's been much less busy over the past years. The war really... They required so many weapons, all in a day's work. But now, I find myself just meddling to my own devices. I'm itching to build something new.
Been working on anything recently?
It's funny you ask. He kind of leans in close and kind of pulls you in closer.
Absolutely.
For you, anything. But I require certain materials. Very rare materials. Only for a friend, I would build you something magnificent.
I think he's about to milk you.
What kind of materials are you requiring?
Tell me, friend. Size isn't exactly everything, but sometimes the bigger, it can pack a more powerful load. If you get my drift.
Oh yeah. Got a little half chuck going on right now.
He kind of rummages back behind some of his like the countertops full of gears, and there's some of these like parchments laying under a bunch of gears and nails, and he just pulls it out, and he kind of lays out this like schematic. It looks to be. I would. You're the DM. I would say I'd have you roll like a history or something, but to see if you would recognize.
Which one are you doing? Upgrade 1, 2, or 3?
Oh boy.
Cool. So you're semi-familiar with Grinstone's detailed drawings and blueprints and all this kind of stuff, and so he sort of like spreads it out in front of you, and it's a big parchment, and the way he opens it, you see very similar to like the hilt of your pistol, but as he continues to unravel it, the barrel goes and goes and goes, and he stretches out this like 3-foot long parchment, and you can see detailed designs for what appears to be a long rifle. You can see some form of calculations and arithmetic at the top, detailing like almost like an exploded view of a scope with different lenses and different glass designs and densities and thicknesses and some of the tests and results that he's gotten, and he sort of just spreads it out and just sort of takes a step back.
I require one of the last sources I need for this is a myth word, but not just any. One deep in the mountains to the north, the Black Crops.
Where?
This is he pulls out another parchment. Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
He points over to Dragonwood.
Yeah, the Dragonwood right here, and the Black Caps.
Okay.
Okay.
Following the river, the Laughing River called, is the woods where they meet. At the origin of the Laughing River, you will find this silver mountain. Unlike the rest, much brighter and magnificent.
Make a history check.
Fuck me in the asshole.
Time and place.
6.
He would know. Even with that low of a roll, the Black Caps are such a definitive part of the nation of Brelin, the landscape itself, and they're known as the Black Caps because of their black caps.
Yeah.
Snow still falls and gathers around the tops, but snow cannot, for some reason, snow does not stick to the summits. It's almost like there's stone going up through the mountains, a ring of snow, and then these just black peaks at the top. And then there is a singular mountain amongst that range that is capped in silver. Not snow, not white, but it is a silver mountain.
Within the Dragonwood, near the Black Caps, you will find an abandoned mine. Minerals I used to get from them long before, since the war was going. But I believe they have stopped for some reason. I believe the wildlife there has caused them to stop their operations. You go into the mines. There you will find the myth. 50 pounds I need, if not more. It is far from here, but it is well worth it. Tell me, do you still have your license?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Are the plans still laid out? Are the plans still laid out? Like,
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
Zara's just gonna kind of look at him.
That long rifle looks like bad news, I'd say.
I
Oh my
so
god, are
much.
you fucking kidding me?
I hate you so much. I appreciate.
Who told you? Who told you?
It's all Wayne and Drake.
I appreciate the joke. I hate you.
Apparently, critical
So,
roll.
for those who don't know,
Critical
in
Role
Campaign
Campaign
1, there's a gunslinger character. He has a long rifle and it's
Named
called
Bad News.
Yeah.
They were like, you should make a comment. I was like, I
I-
get it. And then
dude.
Drake's like explaining it to me, and I was like, oh, okay.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Well played.
I thought that the entire, as soon as he was like, oh yeah, but it keeps going,
Well
he keeps
played,
going,
we
I was
also
like, oh
all
my god,
take
it's a long
damage.
rifle, this is bad news.
You guys
Alright.
just walk and start getting a headache, and you just damn.
I will say,
Yeah.
out of character
Oh.
for the game, one of the stipulations of this weapon is you taking a level in gunslinger.
Okay.
That if this is something you wish to do, that it will necessitate you taking a level in gunslinger.
So if I,
Proficiency with pistols, I just sort of hand wave because they're so similar to
right.
crossbows.
If,
But if you're trying to use a specialized particular weapon like this,
so taking a level in Gunslinger is a subclass of fighter, so does that mean I have to take 4 levels of fighter?
You get subclass of fighter level 2.
Oh.
yeah, we can work on.
Okay, yeah,
we
yeah.
can work on that. I'm just
So
letting you know
fighter,
now that if
fire,
this is the path you want to go, that's the route we need to take.
You get fighting
Yeah,
style.
that's right.
You get fighting style.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that's what we were talking about for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say subclass
That's
is
right.
30.
Subclass.
But if this does not fancy you, I got another thing up my sleeve. And he just slams the schematic on the ground.
Yeah, just throws it to the side.
What the fuck?
And
Yeah,
he
fuck that shit.
pulls out from back behind
That's
on the shelves. He takes another schematic, and he lays it out. And it's more like ammunition. It's like bullets and cartridges.
Yeah, you see different designs for, very similar to like the cartridges that you currently use in your pistols. Like you open the breech, you load a new cartridge in. Very similar to that, but they are more. They're a little bit more elongated, almost like they pack out like a slightly larger powder load.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like the casings for your cartridges are smooth and very refined. As you sort of inspect the schematic, you can see that these cartridges have runes and glyphs carved on them.
Perhaps you're perfectly content with our last build for your pistols. This here. Have you ever seen a wizard strike a fireball and take out a dozen kobolds at once?
Not.
Yes.
See what?
Well, that's what to see.
Right.
And if only engineers like us could wield such powers. With this we can. With this, we can harness arcane energies within these munitions. You strike one bolt, it turns into a fireball.
And
Although-
at this, I'm like breathing heavily and at full chug.
Drooling.
And you actually see, like, he's been pointing to one cartridge in specific, but you can see that it's detailed and it has little scrollings next to it, like fireball, different scratchings about radius, distance, accuracy, all that kind of stuff. But you can see there's like schematics for like multiple other shells, and you sort of glance and you can see there's one for like lightning bolt, and there's one for grease, and there's one for silence, and there's different he has different spells sort of designed into these cartridges.
Jet knows that song.
There's a catch though. This material is even rarer than the last one. The maritime quartz is what I need.
Maritime quartz.
Okay.
This material is very rare. Only the greatest of mages and wizards will hold on to these. Possibly very expensive.
Zara, real quick, go ahead and roll me just an intelligence check. Just D20, add your intelligence modifier. Actually, never mind. Add it Arcana.
At Arcana?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Are you retarded?
Jesus Christ.
24.
Nice. Cool. So, at the mention of maritime quartz, your ears perk up
We're gonna miss you, Zara.
because you recognize maritime quartz as one of the highest levels of magical component. It is widely considered to be the strongest of the arcane focuses, and it is
called again?
widely used by
I said, what was it called again? I'm sorry.
maritime quartz. It is number one. It is insanely rare, but it is used by the highest levels of archmages, wizards, all the upper echelons of magic use it to help channel and focus incredibly powerful arcane energies.
Okay.
And so, like, when he sort of mentions this, you're just like,
I just like butt myself in. Wow, what are we doing?
An arcane user, an arcanist perhaps. As you know, this is very, very rare.
Oh yeah.
I've heard stories that the merfolk used to conserve these, harvest them deep in the waters below. But there may be some here well within the city. Possibly. If you go to the most expensive and the greatest of magic users and magic items. But there is one other. I believe House
Lyradar.
Lirandar. They may possess this very magic. to run their airships.
And honestly, I would say with your Arcana check, you know that maritime quartz itself is widely sought after and coveted by House Lyrandar because it's actually what they use in the elemental binding for the airships.
Okay.
That is the arcane focus that the dragon marked pilot channels their magic through to bind the elemental and command it to move the airship.
Okay.
House Lyrandar tends to keep a pretty tight grip on it because number one, like Grinstone said, it's incredibly rare. It's harvested and known by the merfolk because it grows in the deepest reaches of the oceans. And House Lyrandar acquires it through agreements with the merfolk because not only does House Lyrandar control the airships, but they also control the major shipping passages on standard boats. And they sort of have light agreements with the merfolk in exchange for maritime quartz. House Lyrandar adjusts their shipping lanes and their passages to avoid disturbing the waters where the merfolk reside. It's sort of a, and it's not a like, hey, we're ready for our monthly shipment. It's more of a like, once a decade, House Lyrandar approaches the merfolk, or the merfolk approach House Lyrandar and are like,
Here's a trade.
here's a trade, stay off our lane.
Yeah.
Or our water.
With the water. Lyrandar.
With fucking what?
Other ways besides water to get a hold of.
Okay.
Such means of getting this mineral.
Oh, I'm fucking down, but like, I don't know if you're ready for that kind of stuff.
I mean, how bad can it be?
What are merfolk?
Leave them to be secret. Almost human-like.
You're basically a child. You should be watching Disney movies.
Can we talk to them?
Can we? I don't recommend it. No. They don't like us.
Yeah, they're not too fond of landwalkers.
What did I do to merfolk?
You killed their families.
There is just a look of shock and despair on V's face. If Warforged could cry, he would be bawling right now.
When?
Not you. I didn't mean you. I meant Vale. It was Vale's family.
And he looks at you with a look of pure disgust.
I have to at least make him not
Why
cry.
would you do this?
No,
He was crying.
it doesn't matter.
Fix.
No,
I need you to make an insight check.
What is that? 12.
Not bad.
16.
You've been around these people long enough, you get the sense they're fucking with you.
In which case, V's just.
yeah, his fault, not mine.
Friend.
Was. He thinks. Rude.
Prank. We need to teach you pranks.
What are pranks?
Jokes. Funny.
You remember when my sister hid give us Matthias's shoes?
I can hide Jet's shoes?
Yes. Yes. You can.
That would be an amazing prank. That would
Yes.
be cool to pull off when we get back together.
Yes.
I will hide Jet's shoes.
Put your hand up like this.
This worked out
Good.
so much better. That is fantastic.
So
I will hide Jet's shoes.
he is a Warforged, but he was not.
He's in our room every
He's
night.
not
He's
been
gonna hide
activated
shoes.
before the war. He's
I'm never gonna find him.
well,
We don't know.
we're not entirely
He
sure.
doesn't, he doesn't have
found him.
ghosts.
So There wasn't.
He doesn't have a docent.
Yeah.
Do we know that he doesn't, or do we just know that we don't know?
Those that were outside at
Vale
night
knows.
with Matthias, Vale
Yes. So I do know he doesn't have a docent.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I do not know that.
Correct. But
I
he
just learned something.
Wait till you
Joel,
find
so-
out what I'm gonna do, because I already have a plan.
Oh god.
he doesn't have a docent, and we found him on a mobile creation forge.
Honestly, Grinstone hasn't really heard of him. He knows of creation forges being an artificer. Like that's a like creation forges are one of the pinnacles of artifice. So he obviously knows about them. But hearing of a mobile creation forge, that's
To be fair, a lot of people didn't even know that it was.
Yeah, a lot of people
existed.
didn't know that.
Like our reports were even.
Here's my only question though. It was sitting on a fucking field. And we just found it.
Yep.
No, it was in a forest.
it was
remember?
it was hidden, it was almost sunk inside of a swamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
It was a
Did
mole.
you mean to do that?
What?
You just rolled a persuasion check.
What? How did I roll persuasion? No, remember you did that for me.
Oh, it just popped up and said just now.
Oh,
Anyway,
no.
okay.
You did that for me forever ago.
I don't know why it took so long to pop up.
Felt fine.
Speaking of forges, this brings me to my last schematic.
There's more.
One more.
You've been busy.
But wait, there's more.
And he takes out one more
For 1990
and
for
he
$5,
slams it out
1990.
on the table. And you see this almost looks to be like a pistol, a little bit bulkier, but it has more of a
Remind me.
Almost like a blunderbuss.
yeah,
Style.
Reminded me.
like a yeah.
It's a little bit like your pistols are like this big, and it's a little bit more extended. Instead of having like a pistol grip, it's got more of like a stock to it. And the barrel looks to be thicker, more reinforced, and it seems like where you typically load your cartridge, right? There doesn't appear to be a mechanism to pop it open. It appears like right where the barrel meets the stock, there's almost like a spherical bulge in the barrel, mounted to the trigger assembly.
For this one, this may be just as tricky to get as the maritime port, but it is very possible to find. Have you been to Shard and Fairhaven?
Shard and Fairhaven. Yeah.
Have you seen the forges? The eternal forges.
He's referring to the mega forges that House Cannith uses in their factories, which you haven't been inside the factory and seen them, but
I know of their existence. I've
you
probably
know
seen
of them.
them.
They are
Yeah.
because it's how House Cannith mass produces things. These eternal forges are you think Grinstone's forges are big. We're talking a singular forge that's double the size of this building.
Yeah.
That's just the forge.
With these forges, no mere mortal can possess the power to create them. So where do they get it? They go deep into the volcanoes of the earth. There is I believe they call them manifest zones, a place between the material planes of fire and ours. A material known as the ignium. This ignium, with this, I can create this hand cannon.
And
Use some of the tools you got
as
in
you
this
sort of look at the schematic and you
Everything's
sort of start
far
piecing
away.
it together, basically it looks like this is a short range cone weapon. It's a shotgun.
Yeah.
It's a shotgun. And out of character to help explain and sort of rationalize it, it basically casts a reflavored, slightly toned down version of Cone of Cold, but it's Cone of Fire. Instead of loading a cartridge, basically what ignium itself, again, out of character, your character doesn't know this, ignium is the raw essence of the elemental plane of fire.
So kind of like a Burning Hands type.
Very similar.
Okay.
And
So
it's one of those
Burning
that
Hands is a cone.
Well, I mean, Burning Hands is a cone.
it's one of those that basically the way the weapon works is when you pull the trigger, it moves a door in the barrel, and that ignium is exposed, and it's like a jet of fire that emerges.
A jet.
As you look and read the schematic, you can see that there are notes about limited use per day because the ignium itself has to sort of like
Charge up.
rebuild its power.
Gonna load up a musket.
With this, you can find them at House Kenneth. But just like maritime quartz, it's going to be very hard to barter. Perhaps going deep within the volcanoes might be even a better option. But I will leave it up to you. This is what I present. Simply give me the raw materials and it's yours. Any other.
At this point, like I'm looking at these and I'm just like, the possibilities are endless.
Okay, David Cage.
Whew. I wasn't expecting you to have this much for me.
He's been bored, man.
All this time in the solitude of my fortress has left me with this urge. Until you, my friend, came along. Yeah, that sounded different, but
Yes, I follow.
No, we all knew what you meant.
Yep.
oh,
It's cool.
Faded black.
You two know each other.
Yep.
I trust these arms for you. You helped me when no one would, not even when King Shi
We are on a bit of a time crunch right now. We're traveling to Sharn for a little bit.
Didn't you say Sharn had some of this?
But yeah,
Sharn-
Sharn has stuff that we can use to get the. That was the
That
ignium,
seems-
right?
Again, out of character to sort of help clarify some things. He said the maritime quartz is available at the highest level magic shops.
Oh yeah.
If there was a high level magic shop,
It would be in Sharn.
it would be in Sharn. The ignium itself is used to line the eternal forges.
Right.
There
Which
is-
I would
there
have
is-
to basically steal the lining of a.
You're a
eternal
rogue.
Or
forge.
what he has referenced is you could barter
Barter.
with House Kenneth.
Yeah.
And what that entails, that's entirely up to you guys. You could barter your services, you could barter items, who knows? Same with House Lyrandar for the maritime quartz. Maybe you offer your services, and they are like, hey, yeah, you know, we have this thing we need to get taken care of. If you take care of that, I
Maybe
might
we
be,
can get you a little
might
bit of
be able to
quartz.
get you a little bit.
Either way, you're sucking a dick.
So,
I mean, I'll take a shot in the back of the throat for all three of these, but.
I'll go all three.
No,
We're pretend V doesn't even hear that. I don't want to start asking what that means.
Okay, I just need to sit you and Ryn down at the same time and explain this shit.
My bad.
I bet you.
No,
Ren,
What is shut in mouth?
But imagine what
I mean, all of
we
this is
did with
very
Vagabond.
enticing. I'm not sure on what timetable I'm currently working on.
I'll always be here, my friend.
Yeah, and I will always be tracking this shit down. I will definitely be back with some of this. I'm just gonna have to figure out what kind of a timetable I'm working on and where we're going to be with any of this. But thank you so much. I mean, I was coming to expect maybe just catching up on old times, but this is. I mean, your work is amazing, and this is far more than I was expecting.
That is a compliment to me. But the greatest compliment is the fact that you are using my work out there. It's not just supplying the government, supplying
Yeah.
I was just saying, put it back.
people like us.
This is amazing, incredible work. I'm not sure what I'm going to come back with first, but I will definitely be back for these.
I'll be returned soon.
Me too.
Don't let my work go to waste. Come back in one piece.
I'll try my damnedest. And kind of at that point, another stern forearm shake.
Wait, what'd you say?
Stern forearm shake.
Forearm shake. I think you said forearm chick. And I was like, what
Yes,
the fuck?
yes, a stern
Forearm
forearm
shake.
shake.
I was just about to say it.
You know.
I was just about to say it.
Goro with tits, I present.
Shiva
Shiva.
just shows up. Yeah. Shiva's like, yo, what up?
So, with that,
Yeah.
you say your goodbyes. You make your exit from the shop. Everyone, good job, Andy.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's
Thank you,
fantastic,
sir.
dude.
Christ.
Yeah, good. Like,
I was expecting Tyler to just have an NPC, not actually somebody guest starring. This
Yeah,
was
he's
wow.
telling me about Brimstone is like a part of your backstory or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see the
So-
movie?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you guys can.
let's say, can I see the
Um,
movie?
Yeah,
So,
I'd like to see
just-
it.
Here,
I do.
chair.
Just
I
to
do.
clarify, so that the objectives are clear. For the
Yes.
for the long
I've had a
ride,
shot in a beer.
Yes.
he
man. That's a lot of
requires
alcohol.
50 pounds of mithril ore. That
Don't matter.
ore comes from
Oh,
a
yeah, here.
special
Drink it.
mine that is at the base of the Silver Mountain that stands among the Black Caps. That mountain can be found right where the Dragon's Wood meets with the mountains, right where it butts up against the mountains.
Oh, that's badass.
And if you follow the Laughing River, which cuts directly through the middle of the Dragonwood, right where
Oh,
you
but-
reach the river's origin point, where it comes out of this Silver Mountain, you'll find the mine.
Okay.
And he said the mine was abandoned, and operations had ceased.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was here. It's running.
operations had ceased due to interactions from the local
I didn't hear what you
wildlife,
said.
and also
Understood.
a cave-in.
Oh.
So he requires 50 pounds.
I'm
Sorry.
Oh,
Ceased
something
due
you said.
to cave in and what was it?
Making it really fun.
Interactions with the local wildlife.
It's like squirrels and shit.
Sounds like someone
Definitely just squirrels.
just some animal handling. It'll be fine.
Totly, guys. It'll be super easy to get in and out.
Just call Gribby.
For
Sure.
the second upgrade, I named them imbued munitions. He requires 10 pounds of maritime quartz. Again, could be found potentially in the highest levels of magic shops, but no guarantee they're going to sell it. And even then, those magic shops typically only deal with exclusive clientele or are invite only. So you might have to weasel your way into one, or House Lyrandar tends to have quite a supply of it. You could barter with them in exchange for services or coin. Who knows? It's up to you to barter with the house and potentially acquire it. For the hand cannon, it needs 10 pounds of ignium. Again, can be acquired where the elemental plane of fire makes its presence most known. What would be known as manifest zones. Typically deep within the hearts of volcanoes, lava flows, places like that. But, similar to the maritime quartz, could also House Cannith does possess quite a supply of it because they use it to line their eternal forges. Again, could potentially be
You said House Cannith?
House Cannith.
Okay.
Could potentially be bartered with in exchange for goods or services for ignium.
Oh, you will?
That's just a fail.
So now you got a couple little fetch quests you can do.
Yeah.
Good items.
Yeah, there's a
We have
really,
quite a few quests actually now.
really stupid fucking good items.
Who's got a quest log all?
Yeah, right? Like side quest, side quest, side quest, side quest.
I actually do have a.
Tyler's like, I do.
Tyler's like, in fact.
Where do I have?
God, can we get that shared with us?
Yes.
Yay.
I had it somewhere.
You update my quest log.
What is that? That's Skyrim, right?
No, I'll have to
Yeah.
create a quest log and sort of.
No, you're good. Google Docs.
So, you guys leave Helix's legacy, and Zareth and V, Vale is like
Hard as fuck.
Oh,
That,
to say the least.
and he's sort of flabbergasted, and you can see, even though he's like navigating you back throughout the city, he's still got that sort of just like, sort of slack-jawed amazement in his eyes.
It's like, I can build you a 39, you just have to give me the microchips to do it.
Microchips and 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
Well, 3,090.
Don't make me take your inspiration.
V is somewhat giddy.
What's V getting for? What you so happy about? I mean, not that you shouldn't be happy. I just, you seem a little more chipper than normal.
Be just happy.
Inside check.
He's happy. Yes?
Yes.
Roll either, don't say, roll a d20. If you're being honest that you're happy, add your persuasion modifier. If you're lying, add your deception modifier. Don't tell us what it is.
What is that?
15.
So don't say what.
Don't
Just
tell
say
me
the
the
number. What is the number?
Just say the number.
You said that was 15?
Yes.
18.
27.
27. Persuasion or deception?
It was persuasion.
He's being honest.
Yeah. Okay.
He is. Like, it's weird because you haven't really seen V express emotion, and he is happy. He's almost got like a little pep in his step.
I'm not used to seeing you so expressive.
Express emotion.
Okay.
This has been a really good day. Is there anybody else anywhere else?
About the time you are like about to round the corner out of the alleyway, you hear rapid behind you, and you turn around and you actually see Grinstone sort of like jogging up behind you. And I'm gonna audible this one for you because we didn't talk about this, but I have an idea. He sort of comes up and looks at you, and he's like, I was... You said your friend doesn't have a docent.
Correct.
I've had this in my supplies for a while. I don't know if it's operational, but I'm not a warforged. I don't need it. Maybe your friend could use it. Again, I don't know if it will provide any benefit, but he could try. And he hands you a small, it looks like about the size of a golf ball, and it looks like it's glass on the inside, but it's got like metal plates on it. But at where each of the axes would intersect in a three-dimensional space, where each of the axes would exit the sphere, there's a small hole in the metal plating around it, so that you can actually see the glass sphere inside.
Okay.
You dig? I know it's a weird
No,
description.
no, I'm following the description. Yeah. 100%.
And he hands it to you, and he's like, I have no use for it. It's just taking up space.
Thank you.
Again, I don't know if it will work. I don't know if it still holds any power, but maybe you can try. If it doesn't work, House Kenneth is going to be your best bet for finding a docent. You said you're going to Sean.
Yeah.
Sean is one of their home bases. They're centers of their operations. I'm sure you could easily find a storefront or an artificer there that can craft them if they don't already have.
Being an consider yourself? Would you have any idea how to install this one, maybe?
I'm not a warforged. As far as I know, it's like any other magical item. You just attune to it.
Okay.
What's the tune?
Thank you. Thank you for the
Drop D.
information.
I look forward to seeing you soon.
As soon as I can, I promise.
And he turns around and walks back to his shop.
Item of flight.
So I rolled a dice to see if he had any, and I was like, if he rolls like a 15 or higher, he's got one. He rolled an 18.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, you know what? We're going with it. We're going with it.
V, we may have found you a docent. Maybe?
Out of character, what is a docent?
So a docent is in the center breastplate. In the center breastplate of a warforged, there's a small recessed divot in their breastplate that a small sphere can mount inside of, and it's a magical item that can only be attuned to by warforged. And the best way to describe it is very similar to Jarvis. It's like an AI.
Oh, okay.
It's like a database.
Jiminy Cricket.
It is when Neo downloads skills from the Matrix.
Oh, cool.
When Neo downloads martial arts and he all of a sudden is a kung fu master.
I know.
This is like they have docents for construction, and a warforged can install it, and all of a sudden they know how to assemble a house. They know how to build things.
We're gonna install this. And we have no idea what it is.
Or if you have a warforged that takes a job as a sailor, they can install a docent that gives them maritime knowledge that tells them how to operate and work.
They also have basic docents for like just like living.
Yeah.
So like someone who's like V doesn't
That's
obviously
a
know
table.
anything. It's basically like encyclopedic knowledge of basic stuff. Yeah. So
It's like
suddenly
a
I know
database
that's
of
what it
information.
is.
Like that's a table. That's a horse.
It's a
That's
table.
a-
I was thinking
I
like
suddenly know what
I was thinking
Wolf
like
are.
Lilu
An
going
image
through
is in my head.
Lilu going through all the words of the English language.
Yeah.
Fifth
that was
element.
that.
Chicken good.
Chicken good.
Multipass.
Multipass. Yeah, he knows it's a fucking multipass.
So
He
good.
gets
That was
it.
so good.
I'll see you guys a little later.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
See you, buddy.
Hope to talk soon.
Ah, for sure. Yeah, that was nice meeting a lot of you guys for the first time.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to know faces with names.
Yeah.
Go on after.
Good to see you again, by the way.
Go on after.
You here? I'll touch you on the eye.
Oh yeah.
I'm assuming someone will probably.
Good night, guys. Have fun.
See you,
Bye,
buddy.
Tom. Drive safe. So, you guys make your way back through the city. That sort of takes care of the different things you all were doing, so I assume you're all going to meet together at some point to go and deliver the letter to Lord Rukin.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
We can just sort of hand wave, everyone sort of meets back together, maybe at like Bale's family home, and then...
I want to do roleplay when we meet together.
Okay. About an hour and a half to 2 hours after you all separated, you all find yourselves arriving back together at the homestead of Vale's family. Jet, Gunther, and Ryn, you all find yourselves there about 15 or 20 minutes before the rest of the party returns. But as they do, Jet, you notice that, like, V's, it's weird. V is, like, happy.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
there's
passive
like a pep in his step. He hasn't expressed a lot of emotion to you guys. He's been very robotic almost. And so it's weird to see him almost like happy to
Pulls
see
out journal. Warforged discovered caffeine. Just kidding. Just kidding. That is not right.
Or meth.
So
Question mark.
you see them returning again. Vale has like this still has like a sort of like just
Half hard on. Got it.
yeah.
He's like a kid at Christmas. Like
So as you walk down the street, you can see
Take the bedtime
Jet,
relaxes, chaps.
Gunther, and Ryn just sort of like sitting, leaning up against the walls around.
Wait. We made it there first.
Bye, Felicia. Nice seeing you.
Bye.
Yeah, you guys would arrive first, and about 15 minutes after you arrive at the house, the rest of the party walks up.
I'm doing push-ups.
Okay.
Never actually seen that movie.
I'm imagining you doing incline push-ups where you're on the ground and your
watch
feet
it.
are like up against the wall,
Yes.
and you're doing incline push-ups.
Yes.
Which
Like
occasionally
that.
asking Jet to like put his foot on your back and provide extra weight.
Yeah.
So
We're
you guys
comfy.
walk down. As you're walking down the street, you see them gathered
think
in
about
front
it.
of
It
in front of
makes
Vale's
sense.
family home. You see Gunther up against the wall, feet on the wall, face down, doing push-ups. Jet with his foot on Gunther's back, and Gunther's just sitting there, just like 47, 48, 49, 50.
Nah, you missed one. Go further.
You didn't go all the way down.
Didn't go all the way to the right angle, my friend.
50 and a half.
Come on.
Tali has a few bumps on her head that Adrian doesn't know what's up, so she's
Mm.
putting anti-inflammatory cream on it. She wants me to check when she gets home. Maybe take her to the vet.
Poor dog.
So we'll play away.
So as we walk up, V's gonna like try to look as inconspicuous as possible.
But failing.
Is this obvious?
Probably failing.
Make a performance check.
I'll do my passive because I don't. Well, it's weird he's happy. It's not.
Are the Bee
The weirdest
Gees
thing I've
playing
seen
in the
him do.
background? It's like, oh, you can't tell by the way I use my
17.
Ooh.
I was gonna say I'd notice it then.
You
'cause-
do notice that he's acting. He's
Yeah,
acting.
17
He's
with my
acting.
passive.
He hit it. You hit it dead on.
Christ.
You hit it dead on.
How does it
You
Yeah,
notice
apply
him
directly to the
like
forehead.
Expertise.
he's acting weird. He's being a little coy. There's something about him that's different.
He's just built different.
It was a joke.
Jet's going to look at
My
you
passives are
and clearly
stupid.
make eye contact and just
So,
be,
look out for a second.
just be like an awkward like.
Do it.
Passive.
So,
I'm sorry.
V's kind of like walking around, just happy, and clearly Jet knows, and he looks down at Jet's shoes,
Which his foot's on Gunther's back right now. One of them.
Yeah.
and then he looks over at Vale and Zareth and just, and then you see all the runes light up, and he's kind of aiming at the feet, but as he looks at Jet, he just vanishes, and it just prank, and he casts banishment on you.
Hold on!
I need you to roll.
What?
I need you to roll a
Saving?
d12, please.
Jet not expecting that.
Charisma saving?
I need you to roll a d12.
I just.
If it's on a person from this plane, it's just to a harmless demi plane.
Right.
I need you to roll a d12.
Oh, I guess that's a
I-
good point.
What's with the D12?
I will choose to fail. Because Jet not expecting it would not be ready to be like, what the fuck?
Well, I need you to roll a d12 to determine your destination.
Oh, shit.
God damn it.
Holy shit snacks, Batman. 3.
Did you say you cast banishment out loud? Or like did we
No,
just notice
no.
he's
No, just
Three.
he disappears and prank.
Banishment!
He just goes, prank! He just, yeah, holds
It's
his
literally-
arms out and goes, prank!
The entire group is just silent and
The
then
aristocrats.
the whole group is just
Where you are standing,
Nice.
putting your foot on
Literally got that.
Gunther's back, you watch as V just sort of like tiptoes around you
Which, I mean, yeah, Jet's fully aware of that.
and
But also, like, whatever, he's doing his thing.
touches your shoulder, and all of a sudden, you disappear. And you apparate all of a sudden, and you're floating in the astral sea.
when he yells
And you're just, it's very similar to when you were on that floating island and you plane shifted. You just find yourself floating, suspended amongst a vast starscape
Is there
surrounding
air?
all around you. Endless void beneath you, above you, all around you in every direction. And there is an immediate sense of vertigo where you don't know which way's up, and you sort of spin for a moment.
Cat. There's no ground.
And rotate, and those feline instincts sort of take in, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you sort of steady yourself, and you realize that your motion is controlled by your will.
My
You
will
sort-
is
you-
home, 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 home.
And so you do that, and you just sort of start corkscrewing.
And then immediately tries to stop, because,
And
of
you
course,
slow to a crawl. And you're sitting there, and you're like, what the fuck? What the? Where the? And then you appear back in the city street, and all you guys hear Jet say is, "Fuck am I?"
So while as soon as he disappears, I'll be like, hang on, Prank is making his shoes disappear. What the fuck? No!
Hold on, before that even.
I've made shoe disappear.
No, you made the whole fucking person disappear. This is not shoes. This is no.
His shoe disappear.
But no, V.
I hide.
V, can you bring it back? Please tell me you can fix this, right? V?
He just shrugs and then releases concentration.
And that's when Jet appears, and you just hear, "The fuck am I?"
I was gonna say what?
Well, I was just gonna say
Where did
before
he go?
anyone can even do anything,
Like,
like
physically.
everyone is
That's
just
right.
silent.
No,
and
where'd you come
Zareth
back at?
just busts out
See,
laughing his ass off. Cannot stand
Oh,
up and
okay.
falls over laughing his ass off, and is like, "I'm so proud of you."
And then so with the
What the
You,
fuck
am I?
you appear back, and you see V just sort of standing there, just like, "Hey!" Zareth is on the ground crying. He's laughing so hard. Vale is like slack-jawed in.
Please, for the love of
Get
God,
rid.
do not blame that one on me. Might have been partly my fault, but I swear to God, when
I'm so proud of
like
you.
so
I make your shoes disappear.
I'm
You made
so
me
proud.
disappear.
You were with shoes.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Where the fuck did you go? What the fuck did you do?
dude, so
Prank.
V immediately just turns to walk back, and he's just so happy.
He's fucking strutting down the street.
He's Leonardo DiCaprio in that fucking
Yep.
game.
Yep.
Good
I'm
job.
sorry.
D.
We went shopping. We were talking about pranks at some point. I said it would be kind of funny to make your shoes disappear, like if he hides them when you weren't paying attention. I thought it was gonna be a harmless prank. I didn't think it was gonna. Fuck.
You can see Jet's just red in the face.
There's as you pay attention to that, especially with your passive perception,
Oh.
you watch as the fur around like his sideburns sort of extends down
Yeah, like,
the side of his
Mixing the
jaw,
shifting
and
here.
you watch as his hands that he's sort of like his hands are clenched in fists, and you watch as they sort of start to evolve into paws with these long talons coming out of them, and you watch as he's sitting there glaring at you and puffing. You can see his canines actually start to extend and grow much more.
Man, today went from so great to so bad. So
What is wrong
fast.
with this?
No,
He's fine.
he's fine. What if he wasn't?
Fuck it.
Wisdom saving
He's
throw.
good.
I'll let you set the DC on that. But
Like as this whole thing starts to continue and like starts to wind down, and your spur of the moment emotions start to wane, the changes don't. They stay. And so you all see Jet as he starts to calm down, and you see him Woosah, woosah. You watch him start to calm down, but the changes that he went through don't recede. He stays he is like, you've seen him shift into his animalistic form, and he is on the cusp. Any farther and he'd be on all fours and cackling.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna hand him both of my flasks and just kind of hit like I'm sorry. You seem to need this. I
Walk over, just kind of like rub his lower back and just kind of like
She starts scratching like right above the tail. And there's a moment of, I'm still really pissed off, but oh, that feels good.
V confused.
While that's happening,
Just walks up to go touch your back as well.
Zareth's gonna reach inside of his bag, and he's gonna pull out something that no one's seen in a long time. It's a little fishing rod with a feather on it.
no.
Put it right above him.
No. Zareth.
Jet noticed that.
With your perception, yeah?
Zareth.
I would attack it.
Make a get it.
Do I need another wisdom saving throw actually? 'Cause
Make a
you
wisdom
might-
save
yeah.
to see if you can contain yourself from.
I'm good. 18.
Yeah,
on the die.
you see it, and there's that instinct to like, but you are like, you're still so pissed off that your hand starts to go that way, and you're like, no, maybe later.
Zareth, he will end you.
We just
I'll put it
fucking
back in-
talked about
I'll
this.
put it back in
We
this
just
bag.
fucking talked about this, not to do anything fucking stupid. Get yourself fucking killed for something fucking stupid.
You're not gonna hurt me, buddy.
Watch yourself.
You're in the middle of the street, and Jet is seething.
Oh yeah. No, I bet people are staring at us right now.
Oh yeah, because people just watched a guy disappear.
So it's getting real low, big
A
guy.
Warforged yell,
That took me a second.
and then a few seconds later, the guy reappears, and people are like, "What the fuck?"
Okay. Take both of these.
He needs a drink.
Calm down a little bit. And I'm gonna walk up to V. Oh, funny as that was.
Wait, let me see
please,
that.
please,
Just kidding.
Being used right now.
please refrain. Prank is harmless. What you just used on him could have. It wasn't bad this time, but that could have gone.
Listen, you misinterpreted
Very
what
bad.
we said. Okay, I'm so proud of you. Listen, don't
You
do
hear
that
him say
again.
that.
Okay.
Am I hearing this conversation
yeah.
too?
Zareth,
Very, very confused. His shoe disappeared. He. Fine.
Good job. I'm on your side
Why are we on sides?
because it's funny.
Ah.
He just laughed?
Yeah.
Is that the first time I ever heard him laugh?
Actually, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
I'm just gonna look at the two of you and just be like, what did you two do?
I taught him how to prank.
We were
You-
gone for less than 2 hours.
You fucking broke him.
I improved him.
I'm broke.
He's got a personality now.
So if you get sent to a different plane, it'll be funny.
You're alive.
this
Hey,
time.
real quick before we go any further, hey Ryn, have you seen his spell book at all?
I don't use a spell book.
He doesn't have banishment, does he?
Bards technically do.
I use music.
Oh, cool. Hey, could we take that from him?
Oh, by the way, you've counter spell. I also counter spell, my friend. We're gonna have fun.
I don't really know what banishment
Counter
is.
the counter of the counter.
Yep.
It seems like it makes
Because I can use
someone
my
just-
reaction to counter
yeah.
spell.
As this conversation sort
Tell
of
from my
winds
trap
down,
card.
you all come together. The spiked emotions of the moment wind down. You all agree that it's time to move on
I forgot I took polymorph. I can
to
just
the
make
estate
him up.
of
mouse.
Lord Rukinir Clarn
Oh yeah,
to
we,
deliver the letter addressed to Juri.
we got distracted. So it was prank.
I'm
His
sorry,
estate
guys,
is
that
well
was pretty
known
funny.
throughout the city, so it's easy enough for Vale to guide you all there. It takes about 20 minutes of walking through the city to get there, but as you approach, it sits on a
It's my turn to say
um,
so.
where the city is divided in half by the Dagger River. You have the northern end, the northern shore, which is predominantly where you guys have been shopping, the merchant districts, the residential districts, the industrial district, things like that. The central island is where a lot of the nobility and obviously Broken Blade Castle resides. But the southern shore is the Carmel of Rote. It is the high-end. You thought Vale's family home was nice. We are talking mansions and massive sprawling estates that actually sort of rise up onto a hill that almost overlooks the rest of the city. As you cross the bridges and get over there, you start to proceed up these hills, passing these ornate, gorgeous buildings that are some of the nicest some of you have ever seen. You can definitely tell there is money here. The streets are immaculate and polished stone. There are where the lampposts that went through the rest of the city had these like wires stretching from lamppost to lamppost. The lampposts here don't have those wires. You can see flowers wreathed around them, where yesterday there were the black flowers for the funeral service. Now, well, technically you guys didn't even come over here, so you didn't see it. There are gardens of fresh spring flowers stretched around these lampposts and across doorways and buildings. And as you progress farther into this district, you come up towards almost where the back wall of the city is. And you come up to a walled estate. And in front of this estate, you can see a posting of 4 guards and a large wrought iron gate. But where you're used to seeing just the standard wrought iron bars that block this, you actually see that the iron is crafted and entwined and in these intricate designs. And you can actually see right where the doors meet, the bars actually sort of come together and form that that iconic bear symbol that is the icon of the nation of Brilliant. And as you approach, the guards just they take notice of you, but they don't approach. They don't say anything. What do you guys do?
I just kind of look to Jet.
One more breath of fresh air. Make sure he's perfectly calm before he.
Has he kind of gone back to normal? Jet? No. Maybe we should let Vale take front and center on this one. You haven't really come down from earlier.
I would cast Disguise Self to make the illusion of normal Jet.
Do you just do this in the middle of the street?
Oh, he'd make it subtle, you know.
Roll a sleight of hand check for me.
Hey, Vale. Can I borrow 5 gold? Can I borrow?
That's an 18 on the die plus.
Yeah, you're fine. So you revert yourself back to your normal appearance.
I think Jet might, Vale might notice with his passive, but everyone else,
Vale notices.
Passive 22, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a
He
21.
definitely notices.
It's a 21. Yeah, well, it's a 21 sleight of hand, but yeah, it's.
Vale's the only one that notices, and you
Right.
watch as Jet sort of falls to the rear of the party and mutters under his breath and sort of does like a couple quick signs with his hand, and you watch as his now very feline features revert back to the Jet that you're used to traveling with.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And then he'll walk forward to the front of the party and address the guards.
What
Good
kind of
evening.
shenanigans are you trying to get into?
We have a message for Lord Rukin.
What? I want to make a bet.
And
Bet?
Jet will, if I may, reach into his bag of
What are you
holding,
giggling?
pull out the Fairhaven letter, which bears the seal, correct?
Yeah, and you immediately see the guard that's sort of been paying, like, hasn't approached you, but is the central guard, sort of sees it, and you see him. For the Lord?
For the Lord himself, yes.
If not, it's fine.
One moment. He turns around and
As long as I get it back.
you see him. He turns around and he sort of takes his spear that he's holding and he sort of like tinks it against the gate, and you see from behind the gate 2 more guards that were hidden from view fold out, and you see both of them. And he has a hushed conversation, basically saying, "Someone's here to deliver a message," and they you see them disappear farther into the estate. The guard turns back to you and he's like, "Wait here." A few moments pass. The guards return. Again, a hushed conversation, and at that point, the 2 guards on the interior, on the inside of where that giant bear is in the center of the door, you watch as both of them actually withdraw keys from their belts and put them in the back of the gate and open the gate from the inside. And it's at this point that you notice that there are no keyholes. There are no handles on the front of the gate. There is no... If that gate is locked, there is no way to open it from the exterior. The gate opens, and you are ushered in to the front courtyard. Before we go any further, I'd like for you to roll a history check, please.
History.
If only I knew what was going on.
17.
Then by inspiration.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for family.
I got you. Jet wouldn't have expected it, so.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, that Jesus Christ.
I would say, I would say at the very least, I might have rolled it at disadvantage, even if, just because again, it was.
I did not see that coming at all, though.
What
I
did you
was
roll,
just
Jet?
like,
But yeah, as a bard, I have a very
Cool.
high one. So.
So in regards to Lord Rukin, he's a fairly common name throughout the city of Roe and even Brayland itself. He is an aristocrat
An aristocrat.
He is an aristocrat to the core. He's a pretty formidable person, not in regards to like physical strength, but his just political power. He is the Speaker of the Upper Chamber of Parliament. So like you have, just to give an example, in the U.S. government you have the House of Representatives and Congress. In Congress you have the House Majority Leader. That is what Rukyn Yarklan is. He is. You have the Speaker of the House, which would be in the House of Representatives, which is the lower chamber, and then you have Congress, which is the upper chamber. He is the leader of the upper chamber. So in regards to Parliament in the nation of Breland, he is sort of the last the last word on whether laws and amendments and directives happen. He's also widely known as one of the most influential and active proponents of democracy. What's that? Hi.
Keep running.
Oh, okay.
How you doing? So he's not Churchill. It's Bernie Sanders. Feeling the bird.
He's commonly known
Careful for the orange.
as a outspoken activist. He doesn't dissent against the government, but he is an activist in terms of change. He sees monarchy as a relic of the past, especially considering there are nations like Thrain that operate without a monarch. They operate on sort of like a democratic theocracy, right? And he sees that as an example of what Breland could become. He, again, like I said, he is not like active dissent. He is not like, fuck the crown, fuck the king, we need to depose this guy and establish our own government. He is not that extreme in it, but he is widely known as someone that, if and when King Borinel passes, if Rukyn is still in his position of power, he is going to advocate for a change in government away from the monarchy and into a representative democracy. He is more idealistic in the terms of power from the people, not power from the king. Now, does that extend to his own desires? It's widely regarded that if that were to happen and he were to establish a representative democracy, he would probably be easily elected as the prime minister and the leader of the country. Go ahead.
So for clarification, he's not necessarily for a theocracy of sorts. He's
No.
not. Okay.
No,
I just
he
want to
just-
make sure
he
it's
uses-
more representative democracy.
In a
not
lot of
necessarily
his
Thrain is,
yes,
as
in
you said.
a lot of his widely known speeches against monarchy as a form of rule, he references Thrain a lot as an example. They are a nation that functions without a monarch. They are dominated by religion as their
Right.
law,
Right.
but he views it as there are still elected officials, there are still church officials,
Okay. I just want to make
but
sure I
he
was
views it as, if they can do it, why can't we?
cool.
Why can't we establish power from the people as opposed to power deriving from a bloodline that is extended for centuries? And again, he's not active dissent or anything like that. It's just he's widely known as a outspoken activist against monarchy.
Right.
Kill the free thinker. In terms of, so I said he was the Speaker of the Upper Chamber. He is the Speaker of what is called the Noble Legislature. Cool. So yeah, I just wanted to get, because you live here, so you would, it would be a household name for you.
Yeah.
Especially with you being nobility of a sort. So, as the guards open the gate and usher you inside, you enter into a sprawling front courtyard. It is ornate. It is manicured. There are hedgerows and bushes and like very beautiful flowers in these massive rose bushes, and you can see detailed statues and carvings sitting in different places of the courtyard. And this entire courtyard is probably double the size of your family's entire property. Just the courtyard. And as you sort of look around and you're like, God, at this courtyard, at that point, it sort of sets in the building in front of you. And you see this 3-story tall mansion that just sort of spreads out and wraps around itself. And you gather that there's probably like a central courtyard in the middle of the house. It is a very, very polished, like off-white stone. You can see the ceiling itself, the roof is like these staggered, almost like terracotta tiles, but instead of orange, they're more like gray-ish. You can see there's a front porch that sort of wraps around the front third of the building. You can see it's supported by these large marble columns that have this. They're still that off-white, but they have almost like a rust tint to them. They're definitely stone, but they have sort of that like reddish orange tint to them. Very similar to the color of the wreath that surrounds the bear's head in the symbol of Breland. The guards usher you forward, up the steps, onto the porch, through the front door, and you enter into this massive central foyer. And it is floor to ceiling, all 3 floors. Like you're looking 50 feet up to see the ceiling. There is an ornate chandelier that hangs right above the door. You can see these large tapestries, again in that same off-white, off-red color, hanging from the wall. And in the middle of them you can see embroidered very, very elegantly the coat of arms for the nation of Breland. And you sit there and you sort of look at it and you're sort of just taking in the view, and you swear you see the bears look at you and mime roaring before they return back to their motionless state. And you're greeted by this long, dark purple rug that extends from the front door down this central hallway, out of the foyer that you're in, and towards what you can see at the far end of these 2 large glass doors that extend onto a central courtyard. Multiple doors break off of each side. You can see balconies where the other floors intersect with this central foyer. The guard that entered with you stops, and you can see indoors. There are no guards wearing armor, but you do see a few individuals posted throughout the building in your field of vision that are in very fine, very, very fine clothing. All of them bear a sword on one hip, a dagger on the other, and with your perception, you can actually make out there is a spell component pouch on the front, like right next to where the dagger is. They are at attention. They're at their post. This is very much like the difference between if the guards that brought you in were police, these guys are Secret Service. Secret Service always walks around in suits and ties and all that kind of shit, and you never see the weapons on them. Very similar, except these guys obviously have a sword. You proceed in. The guard that brought you in stops as soon as he enters the room, beckons you all inside, turns around, walks out the door, and shuts the door behind you. It's at this point that 2 of the guards that were in that fine clothing sort of break from their post and sort of corral you all in, and then 4 more, 2 from each side, come in and literally surround you guys in a semicircle. They have you cornered against the front door, and as they approach and sort of stop, spread out, but still at the ready, they look at all of you, and they go, one of them, the one sort of in the center, beckons and is like, "Welcome to the estate of Lord Irklan. I was told you have a message for the Lord."
We have a message that we're supposed to deliver immediately.
If you wish to have a meeting with the Lord, I'm going to need to possess your weapons. There are no weapons allowed within the estate.
Please.
They don't approach to take the weapons. They just sort of stand there and let you produce your own.
Is there like a table?
Yeah.
So the one that accosted you all seems to be like the leader of the guard, and the ones around you, as you all begin to produce your weapons, they sort of step out and take them. You provide pistols.
Yeah.
You don't have a weapon.
As they take up,
I mean, I have like a little like dagger thing, but
Yep.
it's basically a letter opener.
They expect you to give it. Does anyone provide any opposition to this?
I'm not providing opposition, but I'm definitely one of those like. I better get a ticket for those, and I better get those back.
As you hand over your firearms, the leader of the group actually looks at you and goes, "Do you have a license for those?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't aware that I needed to bring it outside of the gunsmith.
Out of character, just like real life. To carry a weapon, you have to have a license.
Okay.
So I would say you would know as a character. You would have to, if you're carrying a weapon, you have to have it on. You have to have a license.
Okay.
Unless
So
it's a
I'll
melee weapon.
provide papers.
Cool. So he takes it and he's like, "Okay, cool. Just air safety." You, sir, and he looks at Zareth. Are you a magic user?
Yes.
Your spellbook, please.
Oh.
Would you prefer we go down to so that you hang on to it?
I'm gonna step outside. I'll just. I don't have to go in. I can wait out there. If that's okay.
By all means.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna wait outside.
And he sort of whistles, and the door opens, and one of the guards that had escorted you in opens the door for you, ushers you out. He doesn't leave you in the courtyard. He actually ushers you out onto the street.
Okay. And I was just saying, I go very peacefully.
Cool.
You go gently.
Into the sweet night.
Which Jet will actually look at Gunther and see if he is concerned about leaving behind suggestion.
Oh no, I got weapon bond on. I can summon it if I need it. We're good.
I mean,
So I hand it to him. So
He glances at you, and are you a magic user as well?
He uses magic.
And I will need your spellbook as well.
You should step out with Zareth as well. V.
V does not have spell.
I think he means your tone.
Jet motions to the book and goes,
Have I already walked out at this point, or can
I would say it's happening at the same time.
Okay.
So V pulls out the book.
No.
Please, yes.
Why don't we step
Hold
outside?
on. So V pulls out the book and goes, journal. And he opens it and starts flipping through. The page is blank.
That's a new one.
Jet just kind of shrugs, like, never mind.
He has a puzzled look on his face regarding the.
He just puts it and keeps it under his arm like he usually does.
Just keep it visible. If that's everything, I will. Please follow me.
Which, do they take Jet's instruments as well? So I was going to say they're not technically weapons, however, him being a bard, if they can pick up on the fact that he's got an
Because you have a
instrument
lute,
on him.
right?
A lute, a flute.
They would take the. They would take the lute. They wouldn't take the flute.
Okay.
They probably wouldn't even notice
is
it.
mayonnaise an instrument?
So after you all turn over your weapons,
Most of my shit is verbal anyway.
This central guard that has been talking with you all gestures for you all to follow, and he guides you through the home, down the hallway and off to the right, about 3 or 4 doors down, into a sitting room. And you can see there is a scattering of chairs and tables around. There is a large fireplace that is currently cold. There's nothing going in it. There are tapestries hanging from the walls. There is a window out onto the central courtyard. And if you thought the front courtyard was nice, this thing is a masterpiece. It is gorgeously maintained to the point of you probably can't maintain it this well without magic.
Magic grass.
You all take a seat, and as the guard prepares to leave, he looks at you because you've sort of been leading. The Lord is in a meeting at the moment. He will be done shortly, and then he should have a few moments, but not many. He's a very busy man.
Of course, we will not take much of his time.
Please just wait here. And as he exits the room, 2 more of those guards that were at the front door enter the room and just stand flanking the door. Silent, not looking at any of you, just present. So you're left to your devices if there's anything you want to do in the room. But about 10 minutes pass and then you can hear the sound of approaching footsteps. So if there's anything you want to do, I assume this would probably be the time that Vale probably relays the information to you guys about Lord Rukin. Probably passes that information along so you're all a little bit prepared.
Guess depends on how much you'd want to share.
I was gonna say I would share everything I know about Lord Rukin.
So about 10 minutes pass, you hear the sound of approaching footsteps, and one guard enters the room, and followed behind him you can see an older human man, probably in his late 50s, early 60s. You can see he's wearing this very, very elegant, almost like tunic, but like half robe. It is a deep forest green with a mantle on his shoulders that is lined with where the edges of the mantle are. It's lined with like gold trim, and you can see detailed filigree across the breast folds where the robe crosses. The robe itself extends about 2/3 of the way down his legs, but it opens almost like I mean, the way I sort of imagined this was the old school, like when you see like Mozart sit down at the piano and he sort of like flips the tail of his jacket behind him, right? And that jacket only comes down like halfway down his knees.
Right.
Yeah.
Very similar style. He's still wearing pants and like the front of the robe is open, but it's a very elegant tunic. You can see his face is severe. It's intense. He has a very cut jawline. He has a very protruding brow line, dark, like golden brown eyes that are deep set. He maintains what looks like a scar that sort of comes down the forehead and down the nose and stops. His skin itself is a little sallow, a little pale. Almost got a little bit of like a yellow tinge to it, a little bit of jaundice almost. His hair, very similar to Nick's, except long on the sides and the back as well. And it comes down to about shoulder length, and it is this long black hair. It has streaks of gray and white running through it, but it's greasy and like laid back along. For those of you that have watched Critical Role, very like Trent Ickathon.
Got it. Well, I hate it.
To provide
Gotta kill this motherfucker.
imagery.
Kill this motherfucker.
He'll get it. Who's gonna get it? Hey.
That is Lord Rukin Clarn.
Cool.
Icky thong.
Icky thong.
He looks like the head of Slytherin.
Kill this
I can see
motherfucker.
that.
And as he
Change my mind. Don't want to give him a message. Bye. No, I'm just kidding.
he enters the room, and as he walks in, almost dismissively, he just makes some like gestures with his hand, and you watch as all 3 of the guards that are in the room turn, exit, and take up a post outside the room. He takes a moment. He sort of looks at all of you and just eyes you up and down.
Which I will say, if Jet was sitting, he would have stood up the second the Lord entered the room.
Okay.
I would follow Jet's
And
suit.
bowed
Don't know.
and waited for some sort of affirmation that he can look up and, you know.
You bow and he just sort of like nods his head towards you. He enters the room, looks you all up and down. He sort of takes a breath and my gods tell me you have a message to deliver.
This is correct, my lord. And Jet will hold up the scroll from Magistrate Eva from Fairhaven.
And you see him when you mention Fairhaven, he sort of straightens. What news is Fairhaven?
My lord, I do not know. I've not read the message full. I do believe it is for you.
He sort of sticks his hand out.
Jet will slowly approach.
Can I do an insight check on his body language when he reacted to Fairhaven? That's going to be a 24.
You said Fairhaven, and he was a little bit more alert and immediately suspicious of all of you.
Okay.
I can't imagine what we could learn if he detects thoughts of this guy.
Oh,
No.
He takes the message from your hand and turns it,
Pull apart of it.
and the side that he sees first is the seal.
Yeah, I was going to say Jet would be very
Untouched.
clearly showing the seal
And
as
as
he
soon as he
approached.
looks at the seal, he looks at you. Magistrate.
Indeed.
Yet it bears the seal of the queen herself.
The magistrate is the one who handed this message off to me. To us, to bring to you, my lord.
You watch as he raises his right hand, and you see. Not a magic item. You're there. I mean, you're not super knowledgeable. You're familiar. You're familiar enough with arcane.
I am
He
proficient
begins-
now.
I'm
He
proficient
begins to
arcane.
cast a spell, and you see in the doorway where you all entered, there's a faint shimmer.
Is it a dispel magic? Because I do know that. Okay.
Not a dispel magic. It's a
Barrier.
yeah. Seems pricey.
No prying ears.
At this point, he turns it over and he sees who it's addressed to. Leave it to those Mundarians to use a bunch of nobodies. No offense.
None taken, my lord.
To deliver a message from the Queen.
Weren't we selected because we were nobodies? Like that was the point? We were less likely to be ambushed?
We were selected primarily because we completed a task for them and we
Yeah.
were entrusted with it.
I know, but it was also along the fact that she
She didn't want to send
she
one of her
mentioned something
groups
about
of-
not sending a massive group.
Yeah.
That would be
She
very
did.
obvious.
Do you want to relay that?
Unofficial. news.
No. Jet at this point is very...
Low key business.
Do any of you know who this letter is for?
Who is it addressed to on the outside?
Jurian.
Right. Do I know who Julian is?
Roll a history check.
I was going to say, I don't...
Can I-
Jet didn't know who it
Jet,
was.
I would say you can go ahead and roll because you're a bard. So
I think Jet previously rolled, and actually I have in my notes that I have no clue who the fuck that is.
Okay.
But I'll
You don't.
double check.
Does V?
Does Ryn? Damn it.
Does my patron give me any
Does
knowledge?
Gunter?
I mean, shit.
Yeah, I just said it's either to be handed to Lord Rukin or Jurian. And then Jurian, the person that the missive is actually addressed to. But that's all I have.
Jet did not roll, actually.
Roll a
From
history check. Both of you.
what- 17.
Okay.
Natural 1 for a 4.
Oh. Can V roll? He's been in both of their minds.
With disadvantage.
Oh, sweet.
I'll take it.
That's something. That's 2 rolls. No.
You said history? I'm proficient in history, motherfucker.
So a 1 and a 1.
Yeah, that's a 3. Well, just for shits and gigs.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a 15, but 3. Not 6 technically, so definitely not.
So he kind of just looks at like Chet and Vale, just kind of like
Which Jet's giving
crinkle
a very
their brow
straight
for a
face at this
second.
point.
Standing in my home, I have a group of nobodies. One wearing the armor of a destroyed nation.
Which Jet's very, again, still blank.
A warforged child. Queen saw fit to entrust you with a message.
It got to you, didn't it?
I was gonna say, V just goes, yes.
Which Jet immediately holds out his hand to be like, quiet.
What makes you special?
My lord, if I may speak openly. You said it yourself. We are nobodies. To bring armed guard onto your borders, would it not look like an attack? A simple missive to be able to be sent by people such as us. Far easier to get here safely. I know not the contents of the message, my lord, because we were trusted that we would not tamper with it.
It's a wise choice, especially being a royal missive from the queen herself. One moment. He sort of steps out the door past the barrier, and you see him sort of look over his shoulder from the direction he came, and silently, you all can't hear it, you see him yell. Single word. He steps back inside the room. A minute passes, and you see a young boy, maybe early 20s, enter into the chamber. And you see, mouse. Where is it? Found it. Move this farther down so that I can just turn it on. It'll be easier to get it. You all see bollocks.
Do you want to just put it right there?
So you just drag it.
Yeah, I have to save.
Why don't we all
the-
just like
I have to save the image. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Just snip
Because
it.
I have it in OneNote. I don't have it like saved as a file.
Well, I was gonna say, why don't you just snip it with snipping tool and then drag the snipping tool over?
I get it.
It's to your right. Oh, that's confusing.
See a young boy enter the room. Blonde hair, bright blue eyes, fair complected, wearing very fine clothing, and where Lord Rukin's clothing is green and gold with tints of red in it. This boy's clothing is dark blue, silver. Very fine clothing, and you can tell from the moment he enters the room, he is he's from nobility. He just exudes that air of upper class.
Have I seen this person before? Nope. Okay.
He enters the room, and as he enters, he looks at all of you and sort of is immediately like, apprehensive. And the Lord turns to him and goes, "Your mother has something to say," and hands the missive to him. I just find it peculiar that the Crown of Aundair wishes to communicate with the exiled prince, and they choose to do it discreetly, with a band of nobodies delivering the message. And
It's
yet,
the fact that it's the exiled prince
The queen's
is
son.
who it's addressed to, who is now in front of us getting this letter.
Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. Break the seal now.
it strikes me odd that I find you on my doorstep. A missive from the Queen, who has somewhat openly criticized our great nation and those that lead it. Yet she exiled her own son because of a simple misunderstanding. And yet here you stand, the day after active demonstration against the crown. A man from a destroyed nation. A drow child.
Which does kind of get a little.
Flip their hands in anger.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Jet will drop the disguise self.
You're-
A shifter. I see.
I'm surprised you're even alive. You're a puzzle.
My lord, forgive me if I may. And actually, I don't fucking care at this point. We are here because the Queen sent us. That is it. We are messengers. We have done our duty. We would ask to be relieved of this duty now. We have brought your message. We have done what we were asked to do.
You have.
We are no threat to your nation. Whatever is between you, the Queen, Fairhaven, Breland, and Aundair is not my concern, is not our concern. The saying,
Here you find yourself.
and the
in
saying,
middle of it.
and the saying, "Don't shoot the messenger," holds true here, my friend.
You notice, like, during this whole conversation, he keeps eyeing all of you, but his eyes keep settling on you, and sort of like he sort of gets like a little perplexed, and then switches back to the rest of the party. And then a couple seconds later, his eyes will come back to you.
Can I roll an insight check, see if he goes to 21?
He's concerned's not the right word. He's suspicious of all of you. He's perplexed by you.
Trying to suss you out.
He's really trying to figure you out. He's got that like look of recognition.
Okay.
He's got that look of like recognition, like you haven't seen someone in 15 years and they look familiar,
Yeah.
but
Trying to place
you
them.
can't place
Why
it.
place it?
I mean, no offense. You have to understand. A man in my position, housing the exiled prince. from Wandere.
Which Jet will try to kind of regain his composure at this point.
And yet here I stand with a band of misfits, delivering a message from the Queen to her son that she hasn't spoken to in, I don't know, and looks at Jury and he just sort of, 2 years?
Take it as you will, my lord. Again, we did not know the contents of the message, only that we were to deliver it. And we've done so.
Ryn can't really hold it in anymore. She just goes, "What was the misunderstanding?"
Which Jet kind of shoots you a quick,
And
like...
he glares.
Yeah,
And you feel that
she is a child, my lord, please.
there's a very practiced look that comes with years of being in politics and especially being in a position of power and looking down on people. And he glares at you and you almost feel yourself wither.
Wilting, like, she's the
Yeah. Jet catching that will, again, kind of step in front and...
Child or not, she finds herself amongst you all delivering a message for the Queen.
Easier to hide a message to make sure it gets to its correct owner safely and soundly. Do you not agree?
There was a misunderstanding between the mother and her son, and in an effort to save face, agreement was reached, and the young prince has become my ward. If you will excuse me. And he steps out of the room. And you see Jurian sort of hesitate for a second, and then he begins to turn to leave as well.
Jet will nod to him as well.
Nice meeting you.
He doesn't speak. He just almost ignores all you and turns and leaves the room. How long would you all comfortably wait before, like, accosting a guard?
Before accosting a guard?
Yeah, before
Like,
before poking your head out and being like, he said he would be back. Where the fuck is he?
Oh.
How long would you all wait before someone made the move?
Out of
10 minutes, 20 minutes, half hour?
out of character, were we supposed to be paid on delivery, or did she?
She said when we return, I believe.
Just favor.
Oh, it's just a favor. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. I
Literally,
couldn't
Jet
remember
took it
what
as just a favor because he felt like a dick.
Yeah. Which valid.
Ironic now that we're stuck on this predicament.
I mean, he's admitted he's a dick on multiple occasions now. To be like, I know how sometimes I come
I'd say
off.
like 10 minutes. Ryn would start getting impatient, and
I would say
start, like,
5 for Jet. He's uncomfortable.
Badgering Jet.
V just stands there.
I would
still.
say, like,
Oh, yeah.
after about, like, 8 minutes or so, the Lord returns, this time by himself. And he enters the room. So.
Sorry, quick question for clarification. Were we alone in that room?
You were?
Disguise self again. Pull it back up just in case any guards come in.
Okay. He enters the room and he sort of sees you back in your normal appearance and just sort of smirks. Well. You all have found yourselves in an interesting situation. Do you find yourselves returning to Ondare, to Fairhaven, anytime soon?
Our mission.
Or are you travelers that go wherever on a whim?
We are travelers who currently have a particular destination.
However, if we're so inclined.
Which you'll notice Jet will shoot you a like, shut up, don't.
Well. Since you seem to be helpful, since the Queen herself trusted you all to deliver a message here to her son, can I trust you all to return a message to the Queen? There's no real urgency, but you must understand how peculiar I find it that the Queen herself reaches out to her exiled son after 2 years. And by now, the day after the demonstration against the Crown.
That, I do believe, was a matter of circumstance. We happened to arrive.
Life is full of circumstances, some intended, some unintended. Yet here you find yourselves, the day after a demonstration, delivering a message to me, one of the most influential politicians in the nation, from the leader of, yes, our nearest neighbor and friend. And you notice there's almost a bit of disdain dripping from the word friend.
Which Jet kind of smirks. Yeah, friend.
And towards who?
On there.
Just on there and Jet. I don't trust. It's a finicky thing. You give it, and people abuse it. If you're so inclined, just deliver a response. Not from the boy. From me. As his guardian, as his protector. I wish a message to be delivered back to the Queen. Like I said, no urgency. Ideally, sooner rather than later. And tell her that I send my warmest regards.
Send you warmest what?
And he's like talking to you, but he produces a scroll sealed with red wax with the insignia of the bear. But you would pick up on this. You don't. You would pick up on this seal itself. So the symbol of Breland is that bear, the crown on its head, and the wreath wrapped around it,
Okay.
almost like it's wearing a necktie, right?
Okay.
And he hands it to you, and it's just got the seal on it. It's not addressed to anybody. And because your perception is so freaking high, you look at it, and it's the same bear and wreath, but there's no crown. It's just a bear. So nobody else picks up on that this way. Because he's looking at you and talking to you, and as he says, if you could deliver a message for me and give the Queen my warmest regards, he just sort of sticks his hand out to Vic. And he's got the scroll in his hand. But he's not even looking at you, he's just locked eyes with Jet.
But Jet is returning that same. Generally, he was submissive and things like that, but at this point, he's.
You mentioned it was a favor from the Queen. Consider this a favor to the second most powerful individual in this country. You all find yourselves making friends in high places. Why not have friends in multiple high places? Who knows what relationship might bring.
Jet's still just locked eyes the whole time, even as he's looking at other people.
Do we have an agreement?
Jet's still just watching him. And then after a minute,
I was
Does
gonna
Val take
say,
it, or-
just to see what kind of reaction I get, I will reach, but I am watching intently to insight him as to whether he is cool with me grabbing it or whether he doesn't want me to grab it. So, I mean,
Are you inciting?
I'm inciting him to see how cool he is with me. Like, if he doesn't want me to grab it, I won't grab it. If he
Roll
doesn't,
persuasion or deception. Don't tell us which. Just tell us.
doesn't matter,
the-
roll the natural one.
Okay.
I was gonna say I rolled a 21 as I'm slowly reaching for, but watching to see whether this is a good idea or right, yeah.
You're picking up. There's disdain. There's dislike. Directly to this individual who pretty much told Jet he should be dead.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how he's alive. But at the same time, there's not necessarily a "we're not going to help you." It's a "I'm not making that call." And this locked eyes is more of just a "I'm watching you" type.
And he's just got a smug grin on his face.
Yeah.
You get the feel that he likes to toy with people.
Yep. Which Jet doesn't like, which is why he's getting this more animalistic, like, fuck you, I'm, doing what I want. Like, I'm not scared of you, basically, is what Jet's putting on.
I'll grab it and put it in my coat pocket.
Can I have you roll a deception check?
Me roll a deception check? Seven. That's a natural one, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the natural ones!
That's impressive because he only rolled a 9 on his insight. So, you grab it,
Yeah.
you take it. So we have an agreement. I'm sure that the Queen herself will reach out to me when she receives the missives. But I trust, as you did not intrude on her privacy, you won't intrude on mine either. You're not the person you want to make enemies with.
Jet kind of smirks with that. I gather that.
Just sort of like his eyes are on you, and he just sort of chuckles. So we have an agreement. Yes. Good. He doesn't even wait for any of you to respond. Well, wish you all safe journeys on whatever your passage to your destination is. I hope nothing unfortunate happens to that message. Could be quite a shame if it were to fall into the wrong hands or be opened by someone beyond its prescribed recipient.
Of course, my lord. Might we take our leave? Which Jet at this point is just forming the motions, fully. I don't give a fuck, and then also, but still, the respect.
By all means, you're not prisoners. You're welcome to leave when you wish. And if that is all, I will. And he just sort of like steps out of the door. Like he was sort of standing blocking the doorway. He just sort of like steps off to the side and just sort of lets you all go. Do you exit?
Jet will look to Vale, and then start to step forward to leave.
Yeah.
So as you all make your way out of the room, he sort of
I know
follows.
it's kind of slightly after the fact, but can I roll an insight check to kind of see what the fuck the deception check was for?
You don't have to.
Okay.
I think he
Because
pegs
as you all begin to sort of like walk down the main hallway towards the front door, you can see there are a couple guards there standing, already have your weapons prepared, ready for you to grab them and leave. And as you're all walking, he sort of stops about halfway down the hallway to the front door, and you all gather your weapons and begin to prepare to leave. And as you sort of just like sort of glance over your shoulders and look, he's just standing there, you know, arms clasped in front of him. He's just got a smug smirk on his face, and he locks eyes with you. Your father would be so proud.
Peg to your.
Yeah. He is.
Farewell. Safe travels. And you passive insights. Does anyone have a passive insight above 15? There is
26.
I
I think.
when he says safe travels, there is almost contempt in his voice.
Oh no, my insight's only a 20. My investigation's a 20.
That's fine.
Either
You're
way,
still-
yeah,
you're
you say
still
that's
above.
really high.
You pick up on that contempt in his voice, and when he said, "Wouldn't your father be proud?" It was almost like a sneer.
My daddy is proud of me. Fuck you.
So you gather your weapons. You all make your way out of the front door, through the courtyard, off the property. It is 12:20, so we're going to bring this session to a close. What I do wish to ask is there anything anyone was hoping to take care of throughout the evening and the night before departing the next morning? Beyond roleplay.
Okay.
If there is inter-party roleplay, basically what I would like to do is I would like to start the next session with you guys boarding the airship on your transit to Charlotte.
Inter-party roleplay, yeah, there's a couple things.
If there's inter-party roleplay, I figure that can probably take place on the airship. But if there's small things within the city, like I said, I'd like to start the session on the airship, transiting to Sharn. If there is small personal roleplay, that might be something that we take care of outside of the session and just have like a little one-on-one kind of thing. But just to sort of help progress things along.
Yeah.
I don't want... It's been 2 sessions without you guys having really any interactive combat, a lot of roles and stuff like that. I don't want it to be another session of, okay, cool, this session's going to last... It's going to be 10 hours in game of role play before you all go to sleep and then wake up on the airship and then you travel and that's the end of the session. I'd like to sort of hand wave some things if possible.
I don't know what Nick wants.
Yeah, what are you trying to achieve?
So 1,500 gold. But if I have a writ, I can put it on my family tab.
So you'd have to convince your father
I will.
to sign the writ.
My thought. So with my charlatan background, I can forge
forge it.
documents, including official papers and personal letters. And I was going to forge one.
Stick it
and
to your
then
dad.
Stick it. What?
Your bard friend has bardic inspiration. He still doesn't fucking spit because most of the things that we rolled
Yeah.
were things that I didn't know were going on.
And so, I was planning on forging some documents and then leaving a little note to my dad being like, hey, sorry, you might have to pick up this bill. Okay, love you, bye-bye.
Like a love
Oh my
child.
Oh, yes!
Roll a...
Yes, no, 100%.
What? It's a forgery kit, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
so if
actually
he's
Yeah,
a
proficient, it's
So if he- if he-
dex. It's
If
usually
he has it from his background, then
Hold
he's
that.
proficient in it. So
Just to
roll a
make-
d20, add your proficiency bonus.
Let me double check because if Jet's proficient in that
if
too.
you bring Ryn into this, I can give you guidance.
I was gonna say Jet actually might be proficient in that though. Ah, fuck, no, I'm not. Okay, but I can still give you bardic inspiration if you told him what you were up to.
Oh, yeah, no, because I would have been letting you know because I know that you could probably help with something along this line with it.
Roll a d20.
He would sit over your shoulder, put a hand on your shoulder, and go, steady your hand there.
Add your proficiency modifier.
Okay.
Bardic inspiration is a d10.
I believe at this level, yes, that's correct.
That was D8.
It might be a D8. Hang on.
Are you doing guidance as well?
If you want me to.
I mean, yeah.
If you're telling
I
me.
apologize.
Are
I
we doing
can get.
anything else, or is it
D4.
just finish up with Nick?
This is it.
Okay.
This is it. We're done.
D8.
Okay.
So if you got to go.
D8 and D4.
So I'm adding
Yeah,
a
just 'cause she's about
D8
to
and a
go to
D4.
bed, so.
Just in, so I'm opening this drawer. So just in case, this I want you to
Yeah.
See you, Jalen.
Everybody
See ya.
except Joe.
or actually,
Roll a d20 real quick.
And me, since I picked last time.
Nope.
Oh. Fuck me. Why do you roll well now?
Is it by high?
15.
Yay.
15. Nat 20.
16.
Should have rolled my own dice. 6.
You get to pick food for the next section.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to do it while she was it.
I like how all I get is 20 on that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm
Natural one's on everything else.
15, 16, 17.
We'll catch up here soon,
Yeah, cool.
No, I added the D4. D8,
Did you want to hang around, or?
18, 19, 20, 21,
Did you wanna hang around,
22
or
with my
go?
proficiency bonus. I don't add dex or anything like that.
Do you want to
He
hang
can drive you
around?
home. Is
Oh,
what
I
he's
was
saying.
I can hang out with just a second.
Just proficiency, so that's going to be a 22.
What's happening?
You
Okay, so
feel
we'll try.
it's not your best work,
Oh, shit.
but you feel semi-confident
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I appreciate that. No, sure.
that it might be able to pass.
See you, bud.
Hang on.
Bye-bye.
Hang on.
See you.
So I assume you go back to the magic shop.
And yes, I go back to the magic shop. And
Oh, do you want to bring Jet with you?
She looks at it, just looks through her glasses, and is like,
What were you getting there?
enough.
speaking stone.
Speaking stuff.
And pulls the stone out of the chest into a tinier little chest and passes it across the.
Thank you so much. This will be incredibly helpful. And my family thanks you. My house thanks you.
Who's in the white SUV? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
You blocking in a
I'm
Fiat.
blocking at Shannon. Hold on, I'll be right back because I want to do my reflective documents. Is that okay?
I do have to wrap up soon because I have to be at work and so
Oh, yeah, you do.
I have to start my new job in
Good
7.5 hours.
I will go back to my house and I will meet back up with my sister.
Okay.
This isn't quite what I was expecting, but this works. I came into possession of this. It won't allow you necessarily to communicate with me, but I can communicate with you and you can respond.
You're giving it to her?
No.
You're
I'm keeping it in my
the stone.
possession, but I will contact her.
Copy.
Like,
I
letting her
was
know that
planning
we-
on sending stone. That way we can talk back and forth, and that way we won't go these long periods without her hearing from me.
You're good.
But I really don't want to give her a fucking speaking stone.
15 years old. Because she's 8 years old.
Yes, but I will try to nightly, if not every other night, you will hear from me. I promise I will not go this length of time without you being able to hear from me.
Good.
And then you can let mother and father know I'm still alive. Maybe not what I'm up to, but
Maybe. It's fun to see them worried.
true. Incredibly true.
And then at some point, and I don't know the exact wording, but we can probably just spinball it like a 25-word update to Vartan, saying that she arrived safely en route and that she plane hopped, fought some squid cases.
Oh,
It's
no.
gonna be like, Jet, I'm gonna murder you.
He
That's
You
what
better
there's.
not let harm come to this
he,
house.
That's what the
he
response is gonna be.
responds and
Almost got
Where is
dominated.
he expresses
Where's your brother?
concern about the situations you find yourself in. He expresses how things are okay in Fairhaven. He's been incredibly busy recently. House Jarasco has approached him and basically commissioned large quantities of potions and things like that. And so he's just been balls to the wall, man. Balls to the wall, busy.
Hopefully he doesn't use that language. That's 12-year-old girl.
He might. He's a barbarian.
It's true.
Are we talking about
Vartan.
Yeah.
For you, sir.
So does Vale give V the docent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I 100%.
So V's gonna mess with it, and then he's just gonna wait until I'm assuming
Do you know where this goes? How it's supposed to install?
he's gonna take it and kind of shrug and then just walk away from everyone, and he wants to tune it by himself because he doesn't know what's gonna happen.
Fair enough. So you find a quiet place, you sit down, cross-legged, sort of pull your robe to the side a little bit. You seat it in there, and like you seat it and let go of it, and it falls out, hits the ground. Try again. You try a couple times, and then you put it in one time, and you give it a twist, and you feel it click into place, and it almost recedes into you a little bit. And you sit there and go through the new user experience for Windows.
So that was gonna
Download.
You have to pick your time zone, you have to pick your language, you have to pick your keyboard format, Wi-Fi password, all that. No.
Downloading updates.
Basically, over the
Why
time,
do I have 38 updates?
over the course of about an hour, you attune to the docent, and it begins to pass information over. This
Dear God, that banishment wasn't a prank.
this feels
What have I
very
done?
basic, very low
Goes off
level,
and kills himself.
and it is predominantly passing information on common knowledge, common culture, basic social interaction.
How not to prank?
It
Your
is
shifter friend.
as you're sitting there, sort of
Oh, God,
processing
part
this
one.
information as it's unloading, basically unpacking files into your consciousness. You start to pick up on the fact that it is quite Brellish themed. A lot of the history, like the common history you're getting, is focused around what happened after the separation of Galifar and the history of Breland as a nation. There are different rulers, common culture themed around Breland. Like, it's not giving you information on Karnat's culture.
Sure.
It's giving you information on Brellish culture and Brellish traditions and customs.
Which makes sense. It's like a local textbook.
And over the course of about an hour, you attune to it. It unpacks all of the knowledge, and it is a part of you.
So, my next question there is: does it take an attunement spot?
It does.
That's how it splits.
You have 3. You have a
It still
0 in
sucks.
use.
Still a slot.
Yeah, it still sucks later on.
Slot.
Yeah, but
You just rip it out and be like, I don't need this.
So here's my second question: if I unattune to it, do I lose all that knowledge?
So you actually experiment with that, and you take another hour. Well, I guess unattunement is sort of instant. You basically remove it, and there was a.
Because if it's basic knowledge, like that, the reason I'm asking is I guess if it was giving a skill set or
The way
a
it, the
bonus,
way it
makes
feels
sense.
is like when it was unpacking the knowledge, it was almost like another consciousness sort of imparting knowledge upon you. And you remove it, and you still maintain that knowledge, right?
Yeah.
It feels a little fuzzy at first, almost like a little headache when you remove it.
Yeah.
But honestly, I would say in a low-level docent, it would give you knowledge on other types of docent, and anything that is regarded around a skill set or one that is more sentient than this, upon unattunement, you would lose those skills. And the way, honestly, the way I'm going to rule it is when you take a docent, if you take a docent that gives you the skills to sail a boat, basically you're going to go from just making a standard roll to making a roll with proficiency.
Sure.
Okay? So if you remove the docent, you can still make the roll for sailing a ship.
Yep.
You just lose that proficiency bonus.
Yeah. So if it found a way to optimize my strength or something, it would. Yeah. No, that stuff makes sense for this one. That's why I was asking because this
This
one's
is-
like
A history book.
Honestly,
You read a book.
like,
yeah.
to put it in perspective, it loads up and boots up, and like where you were expecting to boot up into Windows 10, it boots up into like XP.
Yeah.
Ew.
Or 95.
Yeah, it's old.
XP's optimized.
This
for
definitely been
gaming,
sitting
it's
around
fine.
for a while.
No,
Yeah,
I
but
get
also
You notice that it
still-
actually doesn't talk about
You want a little bit
the
more.
morning.
Question
Oh,
is, are we gonna have to
it doesn't
upgrade this
provide
motherboard
information
for
on
Windows
the-
11?
It's like an old
Probably.
textbook. No, so I
I mean,
will
just
go
gotta
ahead
do
and
a full
still add it
upgrade.
to my achievements.
Gotta take everything out.
But if that is why I was asking. Because if I find another one,
Got
I'm
the
not going to
PC,
lose the social skills.
Put all new shit in.
Because
No.
those are basic learning.
Yes.
That's like learning the alphabet.
Dude, how are we gonna find a graphics card?
That's
So
what I
you,
thought. I just
yeah,
wanna
you
make
are, you have now
I
evolved
mean, he
from,
found it in a fucking medical bag the other day.
you have now evolved beyond child like, and you are now like young adult in terms of social skills, cultural knowledge, things like that.
You're on par with me.
Yay!
There's still a lot that
Oh,
you
no.
don't know,
You
but
can
you're
form more
gonna
than
be, you're gonna
4-word
be,
sentences.
you're gonna be a lot less awkward in social situations.
I'll play with that.
But
Just
you're not a new
V just kind of, as he said, Sarah, just a little smirk, and that's it.
Uh
And that's the end of the episode. No.
So if everyone's cool, we will pick up with the start of the next session with basically you all waking up to go get on the airship.
I do think I want a conversation with Vale and Jed at some point over the evening.
Okay.
I mean, we can pick up with that
I was saying,
conversation and then.
Is
go
that
to the
something we can do on the airship? That way we can initiate travel and get you guys rolling with
I
that.
figured we could do it outside of, because it would
Third
just
party,
be
like
that.
Discord.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh
Discord.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
because-
oh
we
yeah,
can easily.
yeah,
do
we
that.
could definitely.
Yeah,
do that.
100% that.
Let's set up a time.
Jed's got some concerns.
Again, I don't know what my schedule's gonna be with the new job,
You know.
but
About the conversation we just had with the guy, or
Oh yeah, about
yeah.
what weekend.
let me
Yeah.
figure out what my schedule's gonna be, and then maybe we'll try to find a time like this weekend where we can all hop on Discord for an hour and
Right.
chit chat real quick.
How
Yep.
do you spell docent?
DOCENT.
Ah.
All right, guys, that's it.
Cool, bro.
Again, guys, sorry to make it 2 sessions in a row of like heavy RP.
No, I
know
like
it's
that.
I know it's not ideal and it's not everyone's favorite.
You're set in the field.
But
apparently you were standing in camera, so
Uh,
yeah.
I mean,
said, yo, hey,
other
you
than
get-
combating Lord
You can
Rukia,
see-
I don't
see-
see how
they're
that-
wild.